Good morning, this is Ndu Okoh. Doctors led by the Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union took to the streets to protest the unreliable public health system, which they said is affecting the quality of healthcare in the country. Speaking while presenting their petition at Afya House, they also decried non-payment of salaries for the past 3 months. Health CS Susan Nahumicha, who acknowledged the receipt of the petition, urged doctors to call off the strike and be part of the solution.
The stakeholders of healthcare is not just the Ministry of Health. We have many other stakeholders that I have to avail this document to. Then we come to a table, sit and discuss and provide a solution.
Thank you.
And I want you to be part of the solution. Please do not be part of the problem.
That's why we are here.
We have had problems for many years. And I believe this time round we are going to resolve the issues so long as you participate in the table of resolving the issue.
These as Council of Governors have also pleaded with the doctors to call off their strike. Now, the government will stop issuing second-generation identity cards by the end of this month. Citizen PS Julius Bitok says the unique personal identifier anchored on a digital platform dubbed Maisha Number will be new ID for Kenya, and they'll set a deadline for renewal.
We are going to put a timeline so that we give Kenyans time. But for the time being, we'll have a transition period, which will be like 2 to 3 years to be able to transit into the new number. For those people who are applying for replacements, we have about 1.5 million replacements of cards every year. Those new replacements will now be in form of the Maisha card. And for new registrations, we have about 1.5 million again. And we are saying for those new registrations, for anybody turning 18, as from the end of this month, they'll be issued with a Maisha card.
Interior CS Kithure Kindiki has installed the first Deputy County Commissioner for the Elangata Waz sub-county in Kajiado. Speaking at the event, Kindiki promised residents and their leaders that corrupt police officers would be dealt with in accordance with the law.
Vile natetea afisa wangu pia nao wasiwadhulumu. Natetea raia wasidhulumu na wasiitishe hongo. Please, it is wrong, it's a curse. Kunyanyasa mtu ambaye hana nguvu, hiyo ni laana. Ndio unaona wengi wetu tunaenda retire na tukai vizuri kwa sababu kuna watu umedhulumu ambao ni watu wanyonge. Wewe uko na mshahara, ukitaka kitu zaidi tafuta mtu ako na mali muongee huko wadosi. Bana enda kutafuta mtoto maskini ako na bodaboda hapo unamwambia lete 200.
The political parties' disputes tribunal has barred ODM from expelling Kisumu Senator Tom Ojienda and MPs Elisha Odhiambo, Karoli Omondi and Felix Odiwuor. The ODM members were expelled over alleged involvement with President William Ruto's administration. The matter has been set for mention on September 25th. Now, Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi has said the UK government has committed to prioritizing the Nairobi Railway City project as part of its Africa agenda. Speaking during a meeting with UK Trade Representative Theo Clark, says the city, which is an iconic multi-modal urban development, will be situated within the 200-acre prime property that currently serves as the Nairobi railway station.
This is not just about the horizontal movement of people, but it's about completely altering the economic activity around the railway station. What we have seen at King's Cross is that there is a hub that brings together about 50,000 people per day to deal with commerce, to commute, to handle other economic issues. This has generated a new economic ecosystem around that area.
Supreme Court has dismissed an application filed by Homa Bay Town MP Peter Kaluma to review its judgment allowing sexual minorities such as LGBTQ to form an association in Kenya. In a judgment delivered by a 5-judge bench led by Deputy Chief Justice Philomena Mwilu, they said the court could not sit on appeal or review its decision. Now, the Supreme Court has dismissed an appeal by the IEBC against nominated MP Sabina Chege on alleged breach of the Electoral Code. IEBC moved to the Apex Court after losing the case at both the High Court and the Court of Appeal, where it had said Chege breached the court when she allegedly claimed that there was voting rigging in favor of the Jubilee Party during the 2017 elections. This is News. I am Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Revenge is for children. It's for kids. When you grow up, you realize the best revenge you can take on somebody is to ignore them.
Now, I'm just new in politics. It is not everybody's cup of tea. That's why some people come in one term and that's it for them.
Political parties in this country do not have ideologies, whether luring or otherwise.
And that is the effect of corruption.
Any time an offense occurs anywhere in the country, it is the job of the Inspector General to look into it. Whether it's corruption, whether it's murder, whether it's petty, that is his job.
If we have chosen to be a corrupt nation, then we produce corrupt leaders. Everything then becomes chaotic that you cannot be able to change a nation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. And right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The man who looks at a beautiful girl and doesn't talk to her will end up serving lunch at her wedding.
Aya, City, do like that.
My father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man?
Ameua panya.
Small mammal, big mammal.
Mtu atamshinda.
I mean, I don't understand.
What are they saying?
How are we comparison? I mean, you kill a mouse.
What are they saying?
What they're saying is, my father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man? Name, surprise. Someone's name.
The name surprised you?
No, the name is surprise.
No, what am I saying? I'm from Nigeria, man. I met somebody called I Believe. So
See?
Your name is I Believe? Yes, my name is I Believe. But that's the short form. I said, excuse me? I said, yes, my name is I Believe. So what's the full name? I believe in the goodness of
Spice FM. Spice up your life.
3, 2.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Neri Latifa, Muga, Madam Ndu, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
So baridi ni degree ngapi hapo?
Hata sijui lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot? Iscariot.
Yes.
Is the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu. Kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ when he slapped those guys and walikuwa wanauza mboga ndani ya kanisa took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning and welcome to Wednesday in the middle of the week. And what are we looking at on these Nairobi streets? A little bit of movement here and there coming off the Thika Superhighway. Nothing too crazy, so not to panic, not just yet. If you've left, then you'll see that the roads are flowing free and smooth from point A to B. Let's look at what could be a potential point B. And this is Jogo Road heading out towards Landis. Not much in terms of movement. We're seeing some movement on Uhuru Highway. It's going to take you into the city and then out towards Westlands. And also the Southern Bypass looks pretty good. Coming in from the Likoni interchange, touching on the Southern Bypass, out towards the junction from Langata Road. So that's okay. Okay, Eastern Bypass is where there's also a little trickle of traffic. And it's going to take you outwards towards the Rye Junction. But you shouldn't have an issue there at all. Looks like we started Wednesday off right. Let's see what happens as we get into it properly. And let's talk on Spice FM, KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
It's Wednesday. It's 13th of September 2023. Happy Ruto Day.
Is that the thing?
It's a thing.
It's a thing, huh?
Mm.
Yes, which reminds me there is an 800-meter athlete, US, origin, South Sudan, called Athing-Mo.
Athing-Mo.
When I first heard that, I said, what
is the thing?
And actually, the name means a thing. A-T-H-I-N-G.
Athing-Mo.
I'm sure it's pronounced Atin.
Probably.
Or a thing.
Or a thing.
Oh, really? A thing. I see you.
Mambo yuko vipi? Otherwise city?
Mimi niko sawa, brother.
Uko fiti?
Yes. You weather ndio cold.
Weather iko namna hiyo.
First of all, this studio. Everything is cold, including the chair.
Yeah, this studio is not like other places.
Oh. You've come from one place. Okay.
But in everything, give thanks.
Indeed.
So I am going to give thanks in everything.
Tunashukuru Mungu.
Yes.
Kwa mambo aliyotufanyia. Tunamshukuru sana. Fadhili zake ni za milele. Kwa kuwa yu mwema, kwa maana fadhili zake ni za
milele.
Sindio? Yes. Yes. Hey, it's been a while since we had Ruben Kigame. Hey, Ruben namna gani? Unasikiliza show yetu. Kama wewe unasikiliza salamia sisi bwana. It's been a while. He's a gifted songwriter. Gifted. Karibu sana kila mtu to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Ngoja.
Tumengoja.
Eric is wearing burgundy. This is the brightest color that I've seen Eric wear in like a year.
Only 1 year?
In all my life.
I don't think the world can keep turning if we don't recognize this moment. Burgundy. It's just that in the camera, it looks a little bit lighter.
Sort of burnt red.
No, this is burgundy.
She's burgundy.
It's different from maroon.
It's burgundy.
It's different from maroon.
It's different from maroon.
It is.
It's like light maroon.
It's like maroon with a little bit of brown.
Like
That's
brown,
burgundy.
It's brown maroon.
It's the brown of maroon.
Or it's burnt maroon.
It matches that color at the top there, isn't it?
Yes.
Top.
Well done, Titi.
I'm right on brand, my friend.
I'm telling you,
completely.
You're in the mix.
Yes.
The world can now continue moving now that we have taken that moment of recognition.
Asansana.
Thank you very much.
World, with your permission, move on.
Right.
World, tusonge mbele. Everybody, good morning. Maureen Mutia is an HR advisor, operations and administration expert. She will be joining us this morning at 7 a.m. to talk to us about HR matters. You know, you go for an interview and multiple interviews. Why are you likely to fail at multiple interviews? You know, because you've been asked the question, why do you see yourself in 5 years? And you describe yourself in 4 years instead of 5. And the question is about
5 years.
5. So now those are the things that happen. Who's that cleaning at the back?
Auntie, I beg.
Ako busy. Haya, it's all right. Tuendelee. That is at 7 a.m. At 8 a.m., we are going to have a conversation with Aaron Cheruiyot. He is the senator for Kericho County and the Senate Majority Leader. Ruto marks 1 year in office today. Has this thing called, inaitwa nini? Bunge inaitwa nini na kizungu? Parliament.
Have they come from recess?
Yeah, they're still on recess. They're still on recess. Do you think under the Ruto presidency, the 13th Parliament is playing a better role, better job oversighting and legislating and representing than we saw in the 12th Parliament. Remember, there was a whole accusation of presidential interference with the 12th Parliament. Are we seeing and feeling the same with the 13th Parliament? Of course, I don't expect Aaron Cheruiyot to say there's any interference, but he'll be here. We'll put to him the question.
I don't think it's called interference.
It's called what? Meddling.
No, it is not called meddling either.
What is it called?
And you must stop this negativity.
Okay.
They're working together towards developing the nation.
It's cooperation.
Yes, exactly.
It's interdependence.
Yes.
All right.
The various arms of government
Very
working
good.
together in harmony.
In harmony.
To ensure that they deliver the services they promised to the citizens of Kenya.
And it's very, very important.
Yes.
Very, very important. Okay. And then at 9 a.m., we talked to Leonard Kafafa. Leonard is a regular columnist on The Standard and also a communication specialist and an aviation commentator. He'll be coming to talk to us about Kenya Airways. So they announced their half-year operating profits. And they say, we know what, after 6 years of 0, 0, 0, negative, we are on the positive when it comes to operations. Does this recovery path need some wind assistance, or is it okay just the way they are? Yeah.
To continue as they
are. Are they okay just to continue the way they are, or do they need a small 1-2 thing here? Papa na pale kusema, okay, very good job. Now we give you something extra. That is what we'll be discussing today. Mombi is our Ednah today because Ednah is Ednahing today.
Have
17
you seen
minutes. Mombi, how come I see you?
You can fit her in a box.
Yeah?
She's a it's fantastic. She's a fireball. She's so small.
And then but the energy.
I'm telling you.
Kama kibrit. Wash one stick and the whole thing just
I'm not being involved in this conversation. Sorry.
17 minutes after 6. Say hello to Mombi. Say hello to us and tell us where you're locked in from. Let's take a look at the weather.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 15, highs of 23, and we'll see lows of 13 today. Likely to be a chilly one in Nairobi. 26 will be the high and a mostly clear Nakuru at 14, and we'll see 15 and cloudy conditions in Nyeri, highs of 24 and lows of 14. It's 11 degrees and clear in Eldoret, highs of 24, and it's cloudy at 24 in Mombasa, highs of 30 and lows of 23. We'll see lows of 24 in a mostly cloudy Malindi, going to highs of 29. 19 and clear in Kisumu, highs of 30, and 28 will be the high in a clear Kakamega at 16, coming down to lows of 15. It's clear at 16 in Kampala, highs of 28 and highs of 30 in a partly cloudy Dar es Salaam at 23, coming down to lows of 22. It's a chilly morning in Johannesburg. It's mostly clear at 4, highs of 18. And at 24, mostly cloudy in Lagos, highs of 29. Kinshasa is clear at 24, highs of 34. It's sunny Wednesday afternoon in Beijing, highs of 27 and lows of 17, and mostly cloudy in Paris at 17, going to highs of 24 and lows of 16. 22 will be the high in a cloudy London at 14, and mostly clear conditions in New York, where there's a possibility of some flooding in areas of New York. Coming into Wednesday, we'll see highs of 28 and lows of 21.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Watu wako. How are you? Bobo, you remember? Don Sabwa says the great three. Bobo. Then you say?
Bo.
Well done. Eric Ndu and City in Malawi. Rank, we say Udindo. Situation room, Udindo. A. Kenyans have Udindo, the president, and his DP. Do you understand?
Yeah, Kenya have ranked the president as DP. And they've given him what?
Udindo. Don, you are to elewi.
Udindo is rank.
Rank.
All right.
So you are ranking people according to who they are. Situation room is rank A. Udindo A.
Udindo
Kenyans A. Udindo. President C. Okay.
Udindo A.
Udindo A. Udindo B. I don't know, man. Udindo Do. Hey, Bwakire, great people. Bwakire to you too. Agri says, despite the Kichapo Chabao Moja, I still celebrate our Harambee Stars. The game was quite entertaining. Lakini, see how a Sudanese ni warefu.
Sihawa Sudanese ni warefu.
Oh, Sihawa. This Kiswahili sometimes does me a good one. Jimmy Wekasa says good morning. Vesh Musanga says good morning from Iringa in Tanzania. Good morning to you. Ricardo Mareria says good morning, kings and queens. Kitengela Iko locked. Evans Nyangan, you've been called kings.
And queen.
Eze Ndodi. Okay. Good morning, tuning from Rangao in Kajiado County. Peter Caricho says, good morning, my special three, tuned in from Queen Creek in Arizona. We thank God for this day. Indeed, we do. Waiting to hear big conversations. Good morning, Spicers. You guys are just amazing. You always exceed expectations. KCP is coming. Cyrus Kalasinga, following from the home of the champions. Happy Wapi, Eldoret.
Bas.
Okay. And we keep going. Tuned in from Narrow Moro. It's chilly, Uku. And KPLC mefanya ile kitu. Oh no. Have a lovely day, Spicer, says Raphael Kingori. James Mwangi says good morning. And the Duke of Boisanga says, a very good morning to my Omoge Alabaru. Do you know what Omoge is?
Omoge Alabaru. Tell us, tell us.
Omoge is that fine girl that once you see her like this, your mind just...
That's Omoge.
It does Alabaru.
No wonder you spoke in tongues. Omoge. All right.
So what is Alabaru?
The way he has spelled it, I'm not quite sure, Sha. Omoge, I understand.
But Omoge is Omoge.
Omoge is Omoge.
Basi.
Wishing you a fantastic start to the day. Keep the positive vibes coming in as always. So George Gashoiri says it's time for spice and coffee. Yes, it is. Good morning to you and Karibu Sana. James Sekento says good morning, tuned in from Kerara Pond. Good morning, y'all. Good peeps. Blessed and a beautiful day. A very good morning to CT, Eric and Ndu. Happy Wednesday. And keep spicing my morning, says Leshan. Robert Mbogo is tuned in. Arthur Wanjama says, Eric, do you ever sleep? Answer the question. Do you ever sleep?
Sometimes, yes.
Sometimes,
yes.
Like every now and then, superhumans, they just need 1 or 2 hours a week.
Yeah.
Right? You still manage to be up early after leaving at midnight. Spice FM, good morning, presenters. Getting you guys loud and clear. That's Tanui Eric. Usama Hussein. What? At the studio said Nicole. The hot seat imekuwa cold seat, indeed. Linus Rainman says good morning from Munich. Joe Munga is tuned in from Washington. Jamal Ayub is tuned in. Dr. Venvic says good morning. Good morning. Says P. Lento. And Hamjamboni Wangwana. Huko Mliko. Hali ni shwari. Uingereza huku niliko. I don't know what that is, but let's just say sawa.
Anasema yuko Europe yeah. Na mambo kule ni bambam.
Oh, hizo zote.
Anauliza kama hapa kwetu mambo pia ni bambam.
Okay.
Mwambie mambo ni shwari.
Mambo ni shwari. Like M-shwari.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning to you from Melbourne, Australia. Eva G says, if this is the Eva G, I know it is. It is in Australia. Good morning to you. Everybody, karibuni sana. Thanks for joining us. Lovely to have you here.
Yes. City?
Yes, please.
We are still in
Sierra Leone.
Yes.
To try and fail is not laziness.
Okay.
To try and fail.
Okay.
It's not to try to fail.
Okay. to try comma,
failing.
and fail. Not to try and fail, as in we are actively trying to fail.
No.
Okay, so.
To try and fail is not laziness.
No, it is not. It is trying and failing.
It is trying and failing. Basically, what you're saying is people who don't try are just lazy.
At least you would have tried something.
Well, if you try, you've tried. And who knows, on the 10th attempt, you might actually get it right. But if you don't try, all that is, well, there is no possibility of anything happening.
Kabisa. Kweli kabisa. Alrighty. The headlines.
Sorry, please, I just want to make one clarification.
Please.
Ndu is not short for Nduku. Please, I beg you in the name of Jesus. Ndu is not short for Nduku. Okay? Thank you.
Or Ndu Okoh.
Neither is it short for Nduta. It's not short. And no.
It's not short for Ndu.
No. It's not
so Ndu is not short for Nduko.
Thank you.
Not short for Nduta.
No.
Not short for Ndoma. Not short for...
Get out. Get very far away from me. Ngumi.
Ndumba.
I'll find you.
Okay. Haya. Tuendelee basi headlines.
Haya, sawa. The battle within, it's on the front page of the Standard. In its formative days, President Ruto's UDA vision was a super party. With 2022 poll realities dawning, he reluctantly allowed an alliance with smaller parties. Now the head of state finds himself. It could be fight. But okay. Growing stronger politically, but also fighting fires over certain decisions and ambitious goals. How about we take a look at that later, shall we?
Okay.
Ruto 1 year later, how he compares with Kibaki and Uhuru. ODM MPs score a first win over party expulsion. We saw that they were granted leave, as in, that action was stayed, essentially. Now, in case you thought that there was nothing that the government could spend more money on and confuse you completely,
yes,
there's something called Maisha. And you know what it is?
It's Radio Maisha. Radio Maisha.
Yes, there is.
Tukumbele pamoja.
However, in this case, that is not what we're talking about.
I thought the government is buying Radio Maisha.
The man is on the roll, isn't he?
I'm telling you. How many of those things did you take today? However, what we are speaking of at this juncture is that there is going to be a new ID card. Brace yourselves for it. It's going to be called Maisha, the card. But we'll
Huduma Maisha.
Huduma hatujui waliweke hiyo wapi, but
niko na huduma card yangu hapa bwana. So what do they want me to do with this thing?
They want you to have Huduma, Maisha, and now the other one.
And the other one that you normally
so
that you are
in
using.
Case someone doubts, unatoa Huduma. If they have further doubt, unatoa Maisha.
Then hatujui kama ulikuja, you bring the other one from the one you now using.
Which also means unaweza kubeba moja ikipotea huna shida. Hakuna iko shauri. You have others.
Kind of backup.
Yes. So inaitwa Maisha. I'll give you the details as we go along.
That you go somewhere and they tell you, uko na ID, uko na Maisha.
Niko na Maisha.
Leta Maisha yangu.
Now, people have been arraigned in court, 13 of them, because there are some other numbers involved here. 1 billion. And then there is a precious metal, gold. But in this case, the gold is what? It's fake. So they all went to court. They've been arraigned.
1 billion shillings.
1 billion shillings, the alleged value of what police describe as fake gold, supposedly held at JKIA, that was meant to be sold to a Tunisian national. Friday, detectives raided a house at Nairobi's Garden City area, seized 13 suspects. I don't know why they were all in the house at the same time, but okay. And recovered a firearm and ammo and fake banknotes. 11 is the number of suspects in the Face Gold heist case released on bail after a magistrate declined to detain them. And a Nairobi court has allowed police to detain 2 foreigners for 2 more days to allow conclusion of investigations. We'll give you details of that. On the front page of The Nation, Ruto at 1. It's a bag of mixed fortunes for Kenya Kwanza as it marks 1 year in office as of today, Tuesday, September 13th. What's up? Raila holds crisis meeting. Crisis.
Wait. With his rank and file, I'm with Kenya Kwanza.
It's being called the Azimio Summit.
Alrighty.
So.
Yes,
it was called the Azimio Summit, which took place yesterday. So now the question is, what's wrong, man? That's why they're asking, what's up?
Okay.
Now, how a U.S. sex pest wife took donors for a ride. A United States couple that faced sexual abuse allegations continued to seek financial support to run a children's home they owned in Kenya, even after they fled the country in September 2017. We can now, The Nation, reveal.
Hello?
People are cleaning house, or people want to clean house. The central bank chairperson nominee, Andrew Musangi, says he is going to be given the job. You people who are coming to work with a suitcase, anakuja na kifagio.
Where do people stop these utterances? You've got a job. Go and just do it, for heaven's sake.
Why?
Do the job, and then we will say, man, this guy is really sweeping. Kindiki.
So if he's asked at the vetting, what will you do? He says, Just watch. Just
watch.
His response should be, you just watch.
Watch this space. Just watch this space.
Yes, but Mr. Musangi, we have to see whether you
no,
really have
no,
what it takes.
No.
You just
chill.
Just give me the job, okay?
Say in Nigeria, just palm.
Yeah, just palm.
Palm.
Just palm.
Look, it follows. It may even be sincere and he may even intend to do the things he's saying, but it follows declarations that have been made in this public space by government officials even more high-ranking than him. The one that comes to mind is one Professor Kindiki. The promises about the North Rift and all those issues. Do you hear anything?
He said he was going to go and live there even.
No, he lived there briefly. But do you hear anything? We were told this is happening. There was an operation. Have we been given reports
on the operation?
No, none. That thing went silent completely. Okay? This tough talking is nonsense. Do what you're supposed to do and then report to us. Stop telling us epitaphs. Oh, I will.
Yeah.
Oh, I will. As you see me, their days are numbered. No.
Believe you me.
Don't just see me like this.
As sure as I'm sitting here today before you.
And my name is XYZ. You will see. I will give you the gift of sight.
Let me tell you what's on the Business Daily. The headline.
Doctors want to strike. If you don't do their thing, they said they've told Nakumicha, joke, you're not coming to work.
They've given notice. How many days?
I'll tell you.
Okay.
Be knowing there's a strike afoot.
Okay. The headline in the Business Daily today: Ruto's first year hits misses on the economy. The president is getting some grip on the cost of living after months of pain. Rising interest rates and weakening shilling are posing a headache. And then the other headline: State Miles 20 bob least betting amount. They say, mambo kusema unaweka 5 bob. Pana. We want you to think bigger. Go big or go home.
It's big or go.
Yes. Okay, there's some headlines in the inner pages of the Business Daily which are quite interesting. Cooperative Bank boss buys 173 million shares. Coop Bank Chief Executive Gideon Morioki bought 14.6 million shares of the lender, currently worth 173 million shillings, in the 6 months to June this year, restoring his ownership to a 2% stake. Regulatory filings show his shareholding rose from 1.75% in December to 2% in June, cementing his position as the top individual investor in that company that he heads. He's got skin in the game, right? He owns it, he runs it, so you know what? It's going to perform.
It must succeed.
Okay.
Vested interest, personally.
Sawa. Another headline here, quite interesting one. There's a billionaire investor called John Kibunga Kimani. Have you ever heard that name?
No, please.
John Kibunga Kimani. City, have you ever heard that name?
The name John I've heard.
Oh, wow.
And Kimani you've heard.
Kimani I've heard.
Okay. And Kibunga?
No. And all three together? Not really.
Not really. He has acquired additional shares worth 48 million shillings in Centum Investment Company, raising his stake above 5%. The latest annual reports show Kimani's stake hit 34 million shares, or 5.21% in the year ended March, from 4.39%. The new shares have taken his stake in the firm to 310 million, going by Centum's share price. Kimani's new shares have deepened his position as Centum's third largest shareholder after the estate of the late entrepreneur Chris Kirubi and the state-owned Kenya Development Corporation, which kept their stakes at 30 and 22% respectively. Umesikia hiyo maneno? Pesa inatembea bwana. Pesa inatembea. More money issues. There's a company called Flutterwave. Nigerian
by birth.
Nigerian by birth.
Nigerian by ownership.
Yes. Kenyan by choice. Last year, they ran into some headwinds with the CBK saying, hey, wait, flagging the operations. The Asset Recovery Authority saying, look, agency rather.
And they're called Flutter what?
They're called Flutterwave.
I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
Go on.
So they want to inject some money into this economy of ours called Kenya. 7.3 billion shillings. Staff side, You people are having issues. They want to bring in some 7.3 billion shillings.
They want to flutter in some 7.3 billion shillings. Right. And what about those headwinds that you mentioned?
Yeah, those ones. Those ones.
Are they still headring?
No, those ones were removed.
They were removed, so they're not interfering with the flutter.
No.
Okay. Right.
The Star?
The Star has two cases which I really must tell you about because this is really very interesting.
Yes.
Okay. There is something that has happened in the county of Kakamega. The governor, a gentleman by the name of Barasa, His Excellency, decided that his deputy, Ayub Savula, has been handed more roles in the county executive. Okay? That's what Governor Ferdinand has mentioned. Previously, he doubled as trade, industry, and tourism executive. Now, he's coordinating activities across all departments. All right? A few changes here and there. Then,
so the headline there is that Savula now has more
duty. No, he's overseeing all ministries.
He's been promoted. So
yes.
Okay.
But at the same time, court told of forgery of 122 million shillings in Savula case. The same Savula. Okay? And
It's on the same
it's the same paper. Police inspector testifies that her forensic analysis of presented documents revealed that the signatures were from different authors. Money had been allocated to pay, these pending bills. And this is government agency, government and advertising agency.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the documents that were presented that then brought about the payment, police have said these documents were forged. And the people who are being accused are, believe it or not, one Kakamega Deputy Governor Ayub Savula and former Information PS Sami Itemere. Okay? And they were in the Chief Magistrate's Court.
That case is still going on?
It's still going on, Chief.
Crying out loud.
Yes. Last year, November, it was still there. It's still there. It's still going on. But you see, our laws are clear. You're innocent until proved
guilty.
Even innocent, look, having been convicted.
Yes.
You're still innocent.
You're still innocent. Before you tell us the headline, now that you've talked about the jobs,
Yes, please.
The standard headline on that one of the reshuffle in Kakamega, not the headline, the story, it heads, Barasa snatches trade docket from his deputy.
Just a gani ni gani.
Kakamega Governor Fernandez Barasa has reshuffled his cabinet and appointed a newcomer. The changes took effect on Monday, seeing the Deputy Governor Ayub Savula's position as Trade, Industrialization and Tourism docket assigned to somebody else, Zacchaeus Muyalutomia, pending approval. Savula will now oversee activities across ministries and county. And
so essentially his role is similar to that one of one Musalia Mudavadi, but at the county level. Okay, which means you're not really sure what he does.
Even him. Sorry.
There's no particular portfolio. You're not sitting here and saying that
well, the stories aren't really different. It depends on who the reporters talk to. Our reporter, the Standard seemed to have spoken to somebody.
Yeah.
The reporter from the Star also seems to have spoken to
somebody. Okay.
Yes.
Main one in the Star?
Top right-hand corner.
Yeah.
Okay. In teal green. Expert witness. Payment documents in Savula 122 million graft case were forged, court told. See, I'm reading. It's there.
Right.
Okay. So far, President delivered colorful speech loaded with promises to hustlers. Hits Mrs. Ruto marks a year in office. Lieutenants praise their stellar performance. Critics say he's a big disappointment. All right? Then we come lower down and look at what is in the pages. Page 2, we have Westgate survivors still reeling from trauma 10 years after terror attack. Yes, they would. These are not things you recover from in a hurry. Okay, and Constitution. Minority leader Wandai wants inhuman death penalty abolished in new bill. Okay?
Okay.
People should not be killed. Okay? They should just die naturally. All right. Party discipline. MP Kanchori dares Raila Azirali's Masai people to support President Ruto.
Unafuta wale wengine? Futa mimi pia. Futa mimi.
You know, one of the things that I think is going to be reviewed here, not tested, reviewed, is whether the MP is the one who has the power to bring people to the party or the people are the ones who took him to the party. This is what we're going to witness.
Or whether the party actually does exist.
Party exists. The party exists. Now, how it exists is what is under test right now.
The form.
Yes, that is what is right now. You could argue is being tested.
Okay,
and we will see.
Tell us about traffic, Safadali, and then we'll look at those stories in detail.
Sawa. Very little bit of it building up in the city. We're looking at Jogo Road and getting out towards Landis is where you see a free flow of traffic, at least for now. Nothing clogging up just yet. We're looking at traffic then coming off of Cabanas, heading out towards North Airport Road and then onto Outer Ring at the junction. It's also building up on the Thika Superhighway, but closer to Pangani than anywhere else. The service lanes are doing folks good this morning. Use that to get to the city much quicker. Still in the early throes of it. We're going to wait and see what Wednesday morning pans out to be, but everybody's doing good so far. Let's keep it up, folks, and talk on Spice FM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
That glitters is not what?
Gold.
Thank you. Now, there's 1 billion shillings that's missing somehow. And there's also gold not missing, but they're saying it's fake. It's fake. 11 suspects in the 1 billion gold, billion shilling gold heist have been released on bail after a magistrate declined to detain them. Said, it's okay, let them go. No big deal. We'll ask them. Come back to court. Now, Gilbert Shikwe, who is the Nairobi principal magistrate, allowed police to detain 2 foreigners also implicated in the scandal for more than 2 days to allow the application. All right, so he's been persuaded that they can do this. They can be detained for 21 days beyond what they've already been detained.
Those two
who
only. Are non-Kenyans.
Yes.
Alrighty.
He released Festo Wamwai, a detective based at the DCI on 100,000 shillings cash bail. So that's interesting. That one of the folks at the sleuth's office is one of the suspects. 10 other suspects were granted bail on 20,000 shillings each. Those released were David Misiko, Lennis Wakashuka, Rahma Hassan, Joseph Kikonyo, Stephen Andere, Alice Kavata, Flavian Omoyo, Ian Wekesa, Duncan Mushai, and Suleiman Nanji. The 2 Cameroonians were Nelson Fruche and Ronald Nelson. The 13 suspects were arrested Friday after detectives raided a house in Garden City and busted the plot to defraud a Tunisian national of over 1 billion shillings in fake gold scam. The DCI Monday made an application in court to detain the suspects for 21 days to complete, but obviously we know what happened. They told the court the suspects were being investigated for conspiracy to commit a felony, being in possession of a firearm and ammunition without license, and being in possession of forged bank notes. According to the DCI, the suspects had contacted the complainant from Tunisia, one Joseph Lendrix, interesting name from Tunisia, and the director Melpa Limited, who informed him that they had consignments of gold valued at 1 billion shillings and those were being held at the JKIA. The complainant then said, really? I'm coming.
And it's there. It's ready. It's just waiting for a plane.
I'm just climbing plane now.
All right.
Climbed plane, came to Kenya on the 1st of September, and he was received by Waswa and his group and hosted at Ngara in Nairobi, waiting to be shown the gold consignment, which turned out to be fake.
No, the gold.
Had he paid a deposit?
Well,
pesa imeenda bwana.
Is it not odd, all these gold cases? There was one the previous year, again somebody in Dubai. I mean, what is it about Kenya and gold? Why are these people, why don't they go to South Africa and buy gold?
Wow.
Or go to DRC and buy gold? Why are they coming here?
Did you see the Al Jazeera series?
No, I didn't.
They also go to Zimbabwe and buy gold. And South Africa and buy gold. And Patnis in Zimbabwe.
Is it now?
Yeah, so you
it's
know.
Interesting because I was watching just that yesterday. Yeah.
No, I haven't watched this.
Yes, Brother Paul is
operating in Harare.
Spreading the gospel.
Oh, yes.
The gospel of gold. The gospel according to gold is being spread in Harare.
Yes. But these stories are usually, look,
this is
a
so
billion
bizarre,
shillings.
Though.
If you have 1 billion shillings to buy gold and trade in gold, all right, you would expect that this person is, a savvy business person. You can't just be called and told.
Somebody tells you
"Kuna
there's gold." You say, "Okay, there's gold. Let
I'm
me get on
coming."
the plane and come." I mean, for crying out loud, you don't
And
do
then
your due diligence.
send us how much amount to process, or send 200 million.
So that by
to
the time you
process.
reach here,
send
it's
us another 50 million shillings to talk to these guys. You send another 50 million shillings like that to talk to guys, and then you come, you land in Nairobi. Okay, you're hosted in Ngara.
Ngara. $1 billion shillings, and you're hosted in Ngara. Which hotel is this?
No, there'll be a reason why you're in Ngara.
But you wouldn't know it.
No, they'll tell you that, some of these things, if we put you in Serena and blah, blah, blah.
They'll attract.
Unnecessary. And also, by the time you're committing and flying, they have actually presented you with gold.
With something.
Which is real.
Yeah, you've seen something.
You've seen
that's for
something.
sure.
You've gone, you've checked it out. How do you think, for instance, these fellows who are supposed to multiply money, how do you think it works? You bring the first amount, it's multiplied for you. Meaning,
you get something.
You get something, you go and check, and it's, as they
the
say.
Ponzi fellas. Yeah.
Yes, and then you add a bit more, it works. Then they give you time. And they disappear. And you're the one who says, Lani, do you think you can do this with the slaves? I'm like...
If I multiply this by like 100.
Yeah. Like if I give you, say, 5 million, you think?
Can do something.
So 5. So even 10 we can do.
Yeah.
Really? So our limit is usually 50, but 10 is not difficult. Really? But you can try with 5 first. Yeah. Because we want you to be sure.
And we also want to look disinterested.
Yes.
That
And
time
so-
your heart is jumping.
Yeah,
What?
but
5 million.
why don't you get in touch with us? And no. We can organize tomorrow. He said, no. You take time, please. Don't. This is an important
Take a week
decision
or
to
two.
make.
Yeah.
I'm business legit.
Yes, and also there's some other guys that we're dealing with. We need to complete this thing. So no.
I'm working on on another project.
So let me just go finish.
I will not finish in 2 days.
2 days, because his is 100 million.
Yeah.
So it takes a little more time, but I'll get back to you. No, Nani.
So we just do this thing
I've
now.
got this
I
5.
hair.
In fact, it's in the boot. Just a 5.
Yeah.
Same way you did the 100, 200,000. You can do. Said no. You don't have to finish another one. Look, Bana, it's only 5 million. It can't interfere with that other one.
You bring, actually, let me just give you from this other one that I'm working on.
Yes.
So you can take that 5
Yes.
as I continue.
Yeah.
You
Yes.
bring your 5.
You bring your 5.
The 5 you get, brother. Yeah? It's newsprint.
Why? It's monopoly money.
Why? That guy's phone, gone.
Off.
That's it.
As in, the minute he leaves you.
But I just don't get it, because it is completely bizarre.
It's the theatre of the bizarre, I'm telling you.
When you are dealing with transferring hundreds of millions of shillings like that, and there's gold, there will be a dealing. And remember the other story, Sijui, now the flight was about to depart JKIA, but when it was mid-air, it had to go to Uganda. So now our gold is in Uganda. Now, Museveni has said that plane cannot leave. Now we have to go and deal with Museveni's people in Uganda. Now, can you send us some 350 million shillings?
Then you now send
350 million. What on earth?
People you've never seen before with your crow eye like this. You don't know who they are. You don't know anything about them. But somehow, you're able to trust a perfect stranger. You're able to send money to somebody that you don't know. This gold is somehow, it does people somehow.
It's not gold. Let's start from the beginning. Let's start from the very, very beginning. Where did you get this money that you're buying all this gold?
Even you.
Yeah,
Maybe that's why.
Let's start that one.
That's exactly. You see, if you got that money in crooked ways, then you're also street smart. That's the expectation.
So you would know that these people might be trying to scam you then.
No, on the other hand, you would say you're somebody who is involved in deals. So your mind is skewed towards deals. So this is yet another deal. And remember, it's not 350 at once. You start with some innocuous amounts like 10, 20,000 shillings, and you feel this is chicken change. Okay, you multiply 10, you get 20, 50, you get 100. Come on, 200.
No, but I'm sorry, but the light of the shadow of doubt has now been cast on this Tunisian man now, even him, this Joseph Lendrix. Even him, you want to ask the question, wait a minute. Somebody just says, come tomorrow, you say, okay, 1st of September, I'll be there.
The thing is, by the time these small cases pop up, it tells you that there's a lot of gold trade that happens.
Many things going on
actual
here.
gold,
Actual gold trade.
Yes.
With some serious cash changing hands. So people know, Nairobi. Yeah.
People have been doing it, we know.
Yes.
No biggie. We can do it. People have made their money. People have traded successfully. We can continue. They know.
Haven't you heard stories of guys who actually bought gold bars? People who are reputable, good businessmen, and they said, this one I have to put in the vault, in bank, somewhere, safety box, whatever you call those things.
Yeah.
So then one day decides he's going to tell his friend, I bought some gold, I need to come and show you because I also want to invest.
But I don't think it's anything nefarious because one of the questions you asked CT was that how come Nairobi is always involved in this thing?
Yes.
If you look at certain commodities that trade on the global scene, that there's certain routes which are known to people that we know, okay.
Like Dubai doesn't have gold, but you'll go to Dubai and...
You know that you'll be able to get it, right? You go to the souk, you do whatever, you know that folks are... So there's certain routes that are known to the world that you can go through here, go through there. There's certain routes for other things in industry. You know that you go through China, Shanghai, you'll be able to do it there. You know that if you'll be in New York,
Bangkok,
Nairobi just happens to be on the route and gold trade. Like we've said, not nefarious necessarily, but they know that gold has been traded successfully, legit, for a while. So the bells wouldn't go off in your head.
Headquarter for trading in diamonds is Israel. Do you hear stories of fake diamonds coming out of Israel?
By the time Mossad does you 1, 2, 3.
Do you hear what is it about gold trade and Nairobi and all these stories that keep because
it's an open market.
Restrictions don't slap you.
And I can interpret that the way I see it.
Yes, it's an open market.
Okay. So,
let me tell you about this Maisha card. Kenyans will start receiving third generation ID cards, also known as Maisha cards, in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks' time, 29th of September. Maisha. President William Ruto will launch the new cards on September 29th. State Department for Immigration Principal Secretary Julius Bitok says the rollout will include new national ID card applicants, newborns, those replacing lost identity cards. Anyone turning 18 years from the end of this month will receive a Maisha card. He spoke in Nairobi during a review of the digital identification program's implementation.
Okay, how much is it going to cost?
Hii ni kama ni ID too. So when you're applying for an ID...
No, how much is it going to cost the government?
Just about $1 billion.
Okay.
Not much.
Just like the gold.
Yeah, no, it's not much. It's not much. On June 30th this year, the government directed the Ministry of Interior and the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology and Digital Economy to establish a digital identity system within 90 days. 90 days, they're delivering. 29th, President is coming. Iko ready. Niliwaambia. Twende. The UPI is part of President Ruto's bottom-up economic transformation agenda linked to government service digitization, aims to digitize and digitally register and identify citizens through smart IDs. Interior PS Raymond Omolo said the government is committed to enhancing the security of the digital identity system to address security threats. We are creating a master database containing personal information of all Kenyans.
But that was the Duma number.
We aim to ensure that the sustainability of this system is guaranteed. PSB Talk explained that the digital ID will consist of 4 components. 4. Kunja Kidole. Number 1, City.
1.
A unique personal identification called Maisha number. Number 2. Maisha card. Number 3.
Okay.
Number 3. Digital ID accessible on mobile phones. And number 4, a master population register integrating information for Kenyan citizens, immigrants, and refugees. It'll only cost us $1 billion shillings to complete this project, which involves issuing 3 million ID cards every year.
Can I put my hand down now?
There are 4.
Okay.
Remember, there's the 4 issues?
What do I do with my thumb?
That one is not part of it. The only mambo ni manne.
Now, sasa, you graduate.
You have a unique card, a unique number, a unique phone, a unique thing, a unique database.
Every time I think I've heard...
me.
Yes, please.
What happens to Huduma number?
What happens?
It stays. What happened
We
to
are integrating. Remember we had Owalo here, Owalo, and he said we are building on it.
And calling it Maisha.
Yeah.
But remember, when a Huduma number came, did the IDs go anywhere?
No.
Okay, so
did driving license go anywhere?
No.
Did the passport go anywhere?
No.
So...
Okay. Very good.
It's the database. It's a database.
Updating database.
See.
When you do your hands like this, it makes sense.
It's a database.
The database that is being enhanced.
To make it, more robust and integrated, integration,
Pivoted.
and digitization,
yes.
and then enhanced service delivery for the citizens.
And then all these things can be accessed through e-citizen.
Except when it's down.
That's a small matter.
Okay, sorry.
It'll go up eventually.
A billion bob. Hiyo ni ID peke yake, a billion gone.
Yeah.
We are still dealing with the passport one. Whereas printers, we are going to look for printers, PPP. People are going to be hired to bring their printers, or we can use printers to print passports. That one is another one. Keep it pending. This is the Bado. When you're born, you need to be registered with another one before you get into the maisha. Umepata maisha? Hapana, umezaliwa tu saa hii. Wewe hauna maisha.
And while this is going on, rest assured, there'll be other changes. Any opportunity to spend money will not be missed. This is going to be bought. The other is going to be bought. I think even with this 1 year over, I think people were just sort of like trying to test their field and trying to figure out what can happen. Now we're on year 2. Tutaona vituko.
I'm telling you.
Goja. Remember what the president said about Huduma? He said, hiyo ilikuwa ukora ya hali ya juu. That Huduma's project. God.
All right, now we have Maisha. So this is what Maisha hali ya juu.
Pro Max.
Hali ya juu Pro Max.
Yes. Tell us the story, City.
I'm looking at the hits and misses, the scorecard in the Star. Hits, Hustler Fund. Competing miss, reducing cost of basic commodities.
Okay.
Hit, cheap fertilizer. Miss, reducing the cost of fuel. Hit, digitalization of government services. Okay. I'm just reading. I'm not commenting. Establishing a quasi-judicial public inquiry on state capture.
Okay. That was a promise.
That was a miss, yes. Hit, implementation of CBC. Miss, complete transfer of all devolved functions to counties in 6 months. Okay, remember that one?
Yep.
Hit, restoring security North Rift. No, sorry.
Hit.
It's supposed to be a hit. No. We don't know, really.
We're not sure.
No, we don't know.
We just know that the guns are silent.
Yes.
But whether it's temporary silence...
We don't know. We don't know.
Not really sure.
Okay, miss. Within 60 days, create a plan to make sure that the government abides by all court rulings. Miss. Police financial autonomy. That's a hit, not a miss.
Okay.
That one we saw. Miss. Realization of 2/3 gender rule in 12 months. The 12 months are up.
Okay, that's a miss.
Where are the 2s and the 3rds?
Yes.
There's no miss. Really, literally no miss.
But, but the attempts in that direction with this government, they've been visible.
Okay. Can I tell you another attempt?
Yes.
It might irk you just a little bit.
Yes.
Now, the Shakahola body's exhumation is about to enter phase 5.
Kwani ni mweste tunajenga?
Nilikwambia inaku-irk. Umeshaanza kuwa irked na hata sijasema. The embalming of some of the 429 bodies exhumed from the Shakahola forest is complete. The embalming, okay? The exercise conducted by Malindi Sub-County Hospital morgue morticians with the help of pathologists paves the way for another round of exhumation of bodies. So they finished this phase and said, now let's start digging up some more. So if you were doubting whether there were more, there are more. The bodies were inside 2 mobile morgues, and numbers are set to rise as detectives return to the forest for the 5th phase. Officers from the homicide department of the DCI said that the 5th phase will start early next month, October. They said the exercise was delayed due to insufficient storage of bodies. The team is also harmonizing records ahead of cult leader Paul Mackenzie's hearing.
Just forget it. Just forget that story. Okay. Just leave it.
Sorry.
Just leave it.
I told you.
Just leave it.
Okay.
Just forget about it. It takes us a whole year to exhume bodies from the ground.
Yes.
Because you don't have storage.
Insufficient storage.
If the thing that's happened in Libya happened in Kenya, 2,000 people died of flooding.
10,000 displaced.
What would happen?
What would we do? Because it is possible.
Because we have nowhere to hide to store bodies, so we cannot collect bodies from the
rubble.
Disaster scene. Shine Goma, my friend.
Shine Goma.
Well,
let's forget
it's
about
annoying.
Forget about it.
So I shouldn't continue.
No.
Okay.
No.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Doctors led by the Kenyan Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union took to the streets to protest the unreliable public health system, which they said is affecting the quality of healthcare in the country. Speaking while presenting their petition at Army House, they also decried non-payment of salaries for the past 3 months. Health CS Susan Homicho acknowledged the receipt of their petition, urged doctors to call off their strike and be part of the solution.
The stakeholders of healthcare is not just the Ministry of Health. We have many other stakeholders that I have to avail this document to. Then we come to a table, sit and discuss and provide a solution.
Thank you.
And I want you to be part of the solution. Please do not be part of the problem.
That's why we are here.
We have had problems for many years. And I believe this time round we are going to resolve the issue so long as you participate in the table of resolving the issue.
These as the Council of Governors have also pleaded with the doctors to call off their strike. Now, the government will stop issuing second-generation identity cards by the end of this month. Citizen Services PS Julius Bitok says the unique personal identifier anchored on a digital platform dubbed Maisha Number will be the new ID for Kenya, and they'll set a deadline for renewal.
We are going to put a timeline so that we give Kenyans time. But for the time being, we'll have a transition period, which will be like 2 to 3 years to be able to transit into the new number. For those people who are applying for replacements, we have about 1.5 million replacements of cards every year. Those new replacements will now be in form of the Maisha card. And for new registrations, we have about 1.5 million again. And we are saying for those new registrations, for anybody turning 18, as from the end of this month, they'll be issued with a Maisha card.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki has installed the first Deputy County Commissioner for the Elangata Ward sub-county in Kajiado. Speaking in Kajiado, Kindiki promised residents that their leadership and that corrupt police officers will be dealt with in accordance to the law.
Vile natetea afisa wangu pia nao wasiwadhulumu. Natetea raia wasidhulumu na wasiitishe hongo. Please, it is wrong, it's a curse. Kunyanyasa mtu ambaye hana nguvu, hiyo ni laana. Ndio unaona wengi wetu tunaenda retire na tukai vizuri kwa sababu kuna watu umedhulumu ambao ni watu wanyonge. Wewe uko na mshahara, ukitaka kitu zaidi tafuta mtu ako na mali muongee huko wadosi. Bana naenda kutafuta mtoto maskini ako na bodaboda hapo unamwambia lete 200.
Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi has said that the UK government has committed to prioritizing the Nairobi Railway City project as part of its Africa agenda. Speaking during a meeting with UK Trade Representative Theo Clark, they say that the city, which is an iconic multi-modal urban development, will be situated within the 200-acre prime property that currently serves as the Nairobi railway station.
This is not just about the horizontal movement of people, but it's about completely altering the economic activity around the railway station. What we have seen at King's Cross is that there is a hub that brings together about 50,000 people per day to deal with commerce, to commute, to handle other economic issues. This has generated a new economic ecosystem around that area.
Let's go to the courts, where the Political Parties Disputes Tribunal has barred ODM from expelling Kisumu Senator Tom Ojienda and MPs Elisha Odhiambo, Karoli Omondi and Felix Odiwuor, also known as Jalango. The ODM members were expelled over alleged involvement with President William Ruto's administration. The matter has been set for mention on September 25th. Still in the corridors of justice, and the Supreme Court has dismissed an application filed by Homa Bay Town MP Peter Kaluma to review its judgment allowing sexual minorities such as LGBTQ to form an association in Kenya. In a judgment delivered by a 5-judge bench led by Deputy Chief Justice Philomena Mwilu, they said the court could not sit on appeal or review its judgment. And the Supreme Court also dismissed an appeal by the IEBC against nominated MP Sabina Shagi on alleged breach of the Electoral Code. IEBC moved to the Apex Court after losing the case at both the High Court and the Court of Appeal, where it had said Chege breached the code when she allegedly claimed that there was vote rigging in favor of the Jubilee Party in the 2017 elections. The five-judge bench noted that according to the Elections Act, it's mandatory for political parties, candidates and members of the referendum committee to participate in an election or referendum under the Constitution to comply with the Electoral Code. This is Newswire. Danny Sasseto. Good morning.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
All right, so traffic on Jogo Road takes us out towards Landis. It gets a little bit tight as you're getting towards the Kamkunji roundabout. But the most of the movement that we'll see is on Uhuru Highway for now. Let's take a look at what's coming off of Thika Superhighway, and it's coming in heavy all the way from Githurai at the Outer Ring Junction. We're also seeing bumper-to-bumper traffic that's going to come all the way through towards Pangani at the underpass. It'll take you in two ways, Muranga Road or Wangari Maathai. Choose your poison, because there's also traffic coming off of Limuru Road that's going to get you stuck right about there for a good while from what we are seeing. Coming out of Westlands, also some movement. Limuru Road up there from the village markets and also coming in from United Nations Avenue is pretty busy. All right, let's take a quick look at what's coming off of Cabanas out towards North Airport Road and then towards the Outer Ring Junction and the Eastern Bypass. All right, it's moving, but it's busy. And it looks like it'll be a busy Wednesday morning. Where are you? Are you stuck? Let us know. If you found a good route, let us know that as well. And let's talk on Spice FM, KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
How are you doing?
The only way to start your day.
Situation Room. It's the 13th day of September 2023. It's Wednesday. It was a Tuesday last year, this date. William Ruto at this time was
suiting up.
Rigathi Gachagua was in the gym. Remember?
Yes.
Yeah, doing the gym and just preparing himself like for the big day and for the big speech. And he delivered the big speech on the day.
He did, huh?
Oh, yes. Never again shall things happen like that. No.
Never.
No, never. No. Anyway, we'll be having those conversations today, looking at the hits and misses of Ruto at 1. But first, let's talk about the 29th of October.
Indeed.
It's a very important day.
It is. It will mark the 20th edition of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. Where will you be? The hope is that you will be at Uhuru Gardens, bright and early, stretching it out and ready to go. That is if you did not do the virtual run a week before, whereby you got your times put on the leaderboard and such things. But folks will converge at Uhuru Gardens on October 29th to run for a good cause. It's the 20th time this is happening, and it's a good day. So, how do you register for the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon? You go to a device, computer, phone, those things. You log on to www.nairobimarathon.com. You pay 2,000 shillings, and then you get your
And it's not only citizen, blah, blah, blah.
No.
This is straightforward.
Inside they're done, message received, we go. And then you can start training and all these nice things. And all this being put together so that the Future Makers program will get a little bit more of a boost, where people with disability, especially those who are disadvantaged, and young girls will also have an opportunity to learn, earn, and grow. So you're running for you, but you're running for them. Yes.
Very good thing. A very good thing. So on this day, two gentlemen got a job in the country. And they're told, now you'll take this job, and it is a contract for 5 years, after which we shall review. Okay? When you are applying for a job, what is it that you look out for? When you've been called in for an interview, how do you prepare? How do you dress? How do you sit? How do you conduct yourself? When you're asked, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Campaigning for the same job. What do you say? Well, let's have that conversation. We're joined by Maureen Mutia. She's a HR advisor, operations and administration expert. Good morning, Maureen.
Good morning.
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Thank you very much.
Karibu sana. Make yourself comfortable. Is it hot?
No, it's okay.
Not yet, right? It's good enough, Sindio. Now, Maureen, I know you don't take chai. You take kahawa. But you know about chai and maziwa. This is a Kenyan thing. You go somewhere, you are given tea. People come to visit you. You don't force them to take black coffee because you take black coffee. You offer them what? Chai. And you have milk in the house. And that milk should be long life milk. It doesn't matter. Stima ilipotea, monkey, you have a box there of long life milk. It stays there. Dairy Best is the brand to think about. Ama namna gani City? Sini kweli?
And it is not that tea where maji mingi maziwa kidogo. Not that one. Maziwa mingi, tea leaves kiasi, brewed. Kenyan tea.
Tunaitanga Kenyan tea.
Kabisa.
Right.
Dairy Best.
Very good. It's the way to go. It's the leading long life milk brand in the country. City, why don't you welcome Maureen with the day's proverb?
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the country of Sierra Leone. It's amazing. You hear of a country, you look at the history, you marvel at how far they have come. We in Kenya think that we had a tumultuous period before independence. Look at a country like Sierra Leone, as ours was a walk in the park. Just one colonialist stayed here a little bit. He was fought, gave up, he left. Our people came in, they became the colonialists. So life just continued. So,
they've been fought, they have not given up, they have not left.
Given up, yes. Others have fought, have come back, and they brought their own brand of colonialism. So here we believe in consistency. Things have continued to move in the same direction. Sierra Leone. To try and fail is not laziness.
To try and fail is not laziness.
Yes.
This is right down your alley, isn't it, Maureen?
Very true.
Yeah? What do you make of that proverb?
It's an important one when you're talking about recruitment and things like that, or our staff. What you do is you're able to apply for things, apply for jobs. The minute that you do not get a job, that does not mean it's the end of the road. You need to prepare so that next time you're able now to achieve what you wanted. Yeah.
But when you say apply, usually when people apply for a job, well, some it's word of mouth, but in many cases it's been advertised. And the people who advertise write very many things. You are told what the job is, you are told the job requirement, you are informed about the qualifications that are needed. Now, when one applies, how strict in attending to the details must one be? And what is it in applying, if you've already been given the desired conditions, would make you fail even before you get anywhere? Would the sort of thing that would remove you from even being considered for an interview?
Okay. One of the things that a lot of us don't look at is when you're applying, you need to look at what the organization is looking for. So apart from the qualifications, what do they expect you to deliver? And then you cover it on your cover letter, the application letter. Most of the time, a lot of organizations nowadays are using IT systems to be able to shortlist. So because the system is smart, what it ends up doing, it will pick
It's looking for keywords
from what the advert was asking for.
Right.
So sometimes you might be qualified for that, but because you did not address the areas that were of interest to the organization, then you're bumped off.
But the counter could also happen, that because you know very well that the system is going to pick up on buzzwords, you will deliberately put those words in an application, whether or not you have the qualifications or not. And based on what you're saying, the system will pick you up because you use the words.
But you see, most of the time, organizations will use the system as a first sift.
Okay.
And then after, they are able now to apply either a system-generated second sift or based on now the HR manager or the team that is shortlisting, so that they can be able now to go through the CVs in detail to be able to see what this person is bringing on board.
So you're saying game the system. You know, there's the first layer is going to be AI. AI will be looking for some keywords. Keywords will be in what they've said in their own advertisement. If they've said they're looking for this and the other, somebody with this kind of expertise, with this kind of background, with this kind of experience, make sure that that pops out in your either cover letter or your CV.
It's very important for it to pop out, but apply for jobs that you qualify for. So as much as
this is Kenya, but we qualify.
You've seen
for
an
everything.
advert where somebody says, look at the IT guy
Yes.
who applied for IT and said he had all these things. And then when he was given the computer, he started sweating. I'm sure you've seen a meme about that.
Yep.
So sometimes just apply for what you qualify for so that you don't waste your time and that of the recruiter. Yeah.
What's a HR advisor? Or who's a HR advisor?
A HR advisor is somebody who advises the organization on their manpower.
So you advise the organization.
You're a link between, because if you're working for an organization, you're supposed to be able to support the staff and the management. So you bring the two together so that you can optimize the output of the organization in alignment with their vision and mission.
Are we assuming that what you've just said is understood by all HR practitioners, that this is what they're supposed to do, so that even as they train and go through the various trainings and get the various certifications that one gets in that field, that they all understand that this is what their key mandate is whenever they're in an organization?
Qualifications of HR practitioners need to be able to align you to be able to deliver a proper HR department, so that you're able to advise the organization and you're able to advise the staff. Most of the time, we end up realizing HR managers lean towards the organization management and forget that the staff is the only major resource the organization has to be able to deliver on their objectives. So we need to merge the two. And sometimes you go to organizations where a HR person has this strong face and looks so bitter, and you know the minute you're called by the HR manager, you're going home.
It's home.
Yeah, so we need to demystify this position so that we put some humanity in it. Let HR managers stop being like the principals in school. The minute you see a principal in school, you run away.
What brings that about, though, and I think because that is actually the thing, that indeed, that if you did get a letter or if you did get a call from HR, it's akin to being called to the principal's office when you were in school. And so whose mandate then is an HR practitioner supposed to be then fulfilling, yes, for the company, but then also for the human resource that fills up the company? How do you then create a balance between the two?
We need to have professionals who understand that they are not supposed to lean towards one group within the organization, either it's management or staff. We need to be able to blend, and we need to humanize this position in a way that you can understand your staff, and you're able now to see, by me saying understanding your staff, you're able to know what their capabilities are, and when you interact with staff, you're able to pick a lot of things that you can actually be able to do or change so that you optimize the output of that particular staff.
So then comes the question, what then must the qualifications of an HR practitioner be?
They need to have a HR background training, and nowadays there's the need...
Okay, just pause there, meaning what?
What does that training entail?
Yes.
Okay, there's a degree in human resource, which has a lot of things, including sociology, to be able to allow this person to understand how to be able to blend with different people within the organization. But apart from that, there's also things to do with accounting, managerial accounting. You're blended in a way that you're able now to work in whichever organization yeah, so that you, and then over and above that, there's a diploma that is being provided right now, so that you can be a member of IHRM, which is provided by CHRM. It's a government diploma, and then you can be a member of that body. Most of the organizations don't actually end up asking whether you are a member of that body. And it's very important because people get CP points, and there are different discussions that are always provided every year. So like workshops, there are discussions within teams, and then you're able now to understand what other practitioners within your area are doing differently. And you speaking to other HR practitioners or experts, you're able now to understand how to deal with some of the things that we have.
Let me explain why I asked that question. There is a ministry, or is it a department? Public service, is it a department or is it
a commission?
It's a commission. Now, see, they deal with employing people.
Yeah.
Okay? So, are we then to suppose that people who work in that particular commission are people who understand what you've just described? And yes, and if they do, because they're employing at the very highest possible level, it doesn't matter who it is, whether it is a CS, whoever, it's employment.
Yeah.
These people are employed. Now, how certain are we that the training that you've spoken of, I'm sure the other things, you are probably summarizing it, how do you ascertain that this training then marries with the needs that certain positions come with and the responsibilities that they come with?
Okay, going to the Public Service Commission has a blend of a lot of professionals, and a lot of organizations don't use that body properly. Because if you write to the Public Service Commission, for example, and say you're interviewing for maybe a CEO or a GM finance, they would not give you somebody who's an auditor, or they'll blend the team so that you're able now to get people from that professional background to be able also to support in recruitment of that position. So that's why most of the time when you go to these big organizations or ministries and you're recruiting for big positions, there's always a panel.
Yeah.
So it brings different expertise within the team so that they can be able now to interview and actualize what they need.
You see why, again, this question is being asked. When you employ people at that level and then we charge them with duties and functions that are supposed to change the lives of an entire community that we call a country, now, the things that they do and their purpose will actually lend itself very, very heavily to what the rest of the country does, to what the industry will do, to what other areas of public service will do, to what schools will do. Because if, say, for instance, you get a minister for, say, health, okay? And the minister went through this. The question you would ask is, does this person, or if it's interior, does this person fit the bill that this particular ministry entails? I'm asking not because the minister is important, but because the role they have is important, and the impact of that role on the nation is immense. So if the person is a wrong fit, then we have a serious problem on our hands. Now, imagine that thing cascading down to other levels, because if that person is not fit for office, now imagine everything else in that docket under that ministry with that sort of thinking. Something is going to go wrong somewhere along the line. So, let me ask the question. Those of you who are professionals and those who in this profession belong to now the professional bodies within HR, what role do you play in ensuring that the people who are considered to be HR practitioners actually fit the bill, apart from just having the qualifications, given the onerous task and responsibility that comes with that particular job?
You see, when you go for tertiary education, and you train for HR, yeah. One of the things that this body is doing now that wasn't being done before is you have to go through the diploma course, yeah.
Why?
Which is so that they ensure that you've covered the key topics that can help you now be able to run a department.
Okay.
Yeah. When you talk about senior,
it's a professional diploma.
Yes, it's a professional diploma. Okay. And then you have to be a member. And you can be actually held accountable for decisions that you make. Okay. Yeah. So when you're talking about a ministerial position, for example, you need a leader who has a team that is able to now assist him deliver the mandate.
Right.
Yeah. So surround yourself with the right qualifications within your team so that they can be able to advise you on how you're going to deliver different tasks within that department or the organization.
So as I understand then, a HR person in an organization is somebody who will sit with other people in the organization to understand what this organization does, understand all the functions, and then also be able to advise, now this is the kind of skill or these are the kind of workers that you need to have here, right? And also be able to advise on grade, on pay grade, looking at the market and understanding what the market is all about. So when you are placing an advert to fill a particular job in a particular department, then you already understand that this is what the department is all about, this is what the department does. That interviewing panel will have you as the HR practitioner, an expert. It will also have somebody from that department who understands the nuts and bolts of the department or of the profession. If it's accounting, then there will be somebody who can ask accounting-related questions. If it's engineering, and so on and so forth, right? Now, you are sitting in that panel as the boss of the HR person, and somebody has walked in. What would you advise your co-panelists, because they are not the ones who are trained in interviewing and all these things? What do you advise them to look out for when the person walks into the room?
Okay. First of all, when you're preparing for a job advert, you need to involve the mother department, because they actually know what they want within the person who's coming on board.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So once the involvement starts from there, then we do some training for the panelists, so that you make sure that they understand how to ask the questions, smart questions, how to grade the person. So you prepare, and most of the time we have competency-based questions, and we walk them through on how they're going to score. Yeah. And then during that training, it's normally not a long training. During that training, from how you walked in, how you're dressed, you're able now to start scoring somebody from the minute they enter the room. And then most of the time, after a candidate has finished, before you go to the next candidate, you sit down, you discuss what your different scoring was and why, and then you just rank the candidate and put aside.
Before the next candidate walks in.
Yes, it's always advisable to do that, so that you do not think 5 p.m., what did
candidate
Eric say in the morning?
Candidate 8 a.m.
Yeah. you will not remember most of these things.
Right.
Yeah.
Or you even mix them up.
Yes. So it's always very important for you to get the notes done during the interviewing process.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for the individual who has to come here and sit before this panel of people, going through this nerve-wracking experience, oftentimes it could take away from your ability to present the very best of yourself because of this, it's fear, it's trepidation before this panel for a lot of people. So what are some of the things that you look out for? You mentioned how somebody's dressed, how they come, how they present themselves. And sometimes we overlook that as an important thing to remember before a panel. So for you who have been through that, what would you advise? Because there's still so many people who are going through this process and not quite sure what to do.
Okay. A good panelist will try and make the candidate very comfortable the minute they come in. Sometimes you might realize that candidate is not giving their best because they are tense.
Yep.
It happens. So try to have an icebreaker question. When we ask people, tell us about yourself, we're trying to allow you to calm down.
That is not an icebreaker.
It is a very nice question.
Whoever told you people that's an icebreaker? How is that an icebreaker?
It's a very nice question, because that question allows you to give that organization an answer that will actually tell them whether you are a good candidate or not.
How?
Because you are able to say this. Divide that question in 3.
Okay, divide it, please.
Tell us about your academics. Tell us what you bring on board in terms of your background. Have you been in private sector? Have you been in public sector? And then tell us what you're bringing on board to ensure we deliver this position.
So like, why you?
Yeah, why me? So tell me that in less than 2 minutes, and I will remember that long after you've left.
That thing, if someone, you have to be trained.
That is not an
somebody
icebreaker,
has to
boy.
walk icebreaker. What? That,
No,
that
it is.
You will be sweating through your nose and
There's
ears.
so many things. I don't know what they're
let me
looking
tell
for.
you,
So my name is
Eric.
Eric. I was born in. What are
No,
you asking?
But Eric, let me tell you the mistake that people make
Yeah.
is this. When you shortlisted for a job, most of the time you'll find nobody has gone to check to do a background check on the organization. You've not read about the organization. You do not even know the MD of the organization. I mean, do some homework, get to know what is Spice FM. Who are the managers of this organization? Because some people might put you on the spot to ask you, what is our motto? And that throws you off the minute you do not know what that organization does.
Oh, completely.
Another thing, get somebody to go through a mock interview. If I was to go for an interview today, even with my expertise, I will look for somebody who will walk me through that interview.
And you'll be asked that first question. Tell us about
Yes,
yourself.
and you
it's
will
always the
prepare.
same. What are you asking?
No, but if you prepare properly,
I am 5'4".
and you're able to
What are you
list-
asking?
Okay, maybe we can ask a question.
I'm
differently than
112
Maureen.
kilograms.
Yeah.
When you're asking somebody to tell you about themselves, what are you looking for? Because I could tell you a plethora of things that maybe you're not interested in. So I'm sure by the time the question is being asked, there is something that you're looking for. Give us that. So
That is what I just said.
My hobbies are swimming and jogging.
So that everybody who goes
On
for an
Sundays.
interview from today will be able to know, okay, sure, I'm not going to tell you, well, I went on holiday last year and these are my, come on. What are you really looking for?
The three things.
Yeah.
Tell us about your academics. Start with your highest qualification. Yeah.
All right.
Tell us where you've come from, your background. Tell us, I've worked in the private sector for 15 years. I have accumulation of 20 years experience in HR, for example. And then tell us, are you from the private sector? Are you from the public sector? Those kind of things. And then tell us also what you're bringing on board. Yeah. By you saying all those three things, you've actually finished the interview.
It's like you're doing a LinkedIn profile.
But somebody has to walk you through this. Because I'm just thinking, somebody has to train you literally, because you're asking somebody, so what are your likes and dislikes? Well, I actually like
rice.
I like eating boiled maize. Now, surely.
It's a like, it's genuine.
But is it aligned to the position?
Voila. So I think that's the thing.
But you asked me what I
you'll be
like.
So what would you advise? Give
That is why-
answers that are aligned to this thing that you've come to do.
And the organization.
Okay.
Yeah. So when you're doing the research,
I don't
do
like stupid
proper research.
questions.
There's a friend of mine who told me the last interview he did, he was asked, can you work under pressure? He said no.
Bas, honest person.
Yeah.
That's honesty.
But you
Was he
see,
scored highly?
no, he didn't want the job after that. But when you look at the organization, do your research.
Got it.
Yeah. So that when you're answering these questions, you're answering them based on what the organization subscribes to.
Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes you might go and tell us the way you love football, and nobody actually cares about football at that particular time because all you're doing, we're talking about something different. Yeah.
But why this preparation also is important. You go for an interview. Let me talk about myself. In the early days, when computers were still new, and no one told you that part of the exam involves you writing something on the computer. What are you laughing at? So you're sitting in front of this computer, and you're wondering, what do you do with this thing?
This computer stands in the way of you passing with getting a job or not.
Because that's going to be the tool.
Yes. But they're not employing me to work on the computer. They're employing me to do something else.
But you will need that computer to work, so we need to know.
And I'm telling him, no, I don't think I'll need the computer. I can write these things by hand.
I can work without computer.
And that is where the problem is.
Let's take a break. We shall continue shortly. 26 minutes to 8. We are hosting Maureen Mutia. She is a HR advisor, operations and administration expert. We are talking about those very, very tense moments when you are in an interview, before an interviewing panel. What is it that they are looking for, and how do you score highly? Also trying to understand what HR practitioners actually do in an organization, how they help an organization to identify, retain the best talent, and also to grow those who are not best to actually become best talents. 26 minutes to 8. We'll be back shortly. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanyan.
Amen. Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It gets over
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes.
what the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself. When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, oh, maybe you can help me pay you for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom? I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
15, highs of 23, and we'll see lows of 13. 12 will be the low in a sunny Nakuru, going to highs of 26. We'll see highs of 24 in a mostly sunny Nyeri at 16, and at 13, Eldoret is partly sunny with highs of 24. It's 23 and sunny in Mombasa, highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 29. In a fairly sunny Malindi at 23. It's 18 and sunny in Kisumu, highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 28 in a sunny Kakamega at 18. It's 17 and sunny in Kampala, highs of 29, and we'll see highs of 30 in a partly sunny Dar es Salaam at 24. It's slightly warmer at 5 degrees in Johannesburg, highs of 18, and at 24 it's mostly cloudy in Lagos with highs of 29, clear at 22 in Kinshasa with highs of 34 and lows of 22. In the city this morning, still heavy on the Thika Superhighway, quite as you're getting towards that Pangani underpass. Not too bad on Kiambu Road this morning. I think that'll come maybe later on as we get further into traffic hour. Inbound traffic, though, is starting to pile up as you get closer to Muthaiga Square. All right. We're also looking at traffic coming out of Westlands right about now. Uhuru Highway is busy as you're getting out towards the CBD and then through to Westlands. And look at Langata Road, punching up properly this morning. Some of that traffic is going to go out towards Raila Odinga Way, but most of it is finding its way to the CBD. Are you coming off Mombasa Road from Capital Centre? Inbound traffic is heavy. It's bumper to bumper as you're trying to approach the Nyeri Stadium roundabout, and it looks like it'll be that way for some time. Also, Cabanas going towards North Airport Road is busy, touching on Outer Ring at the junction, and then going towards the Eastern Bypass. Traffic hour has begun officially. Let's take a look at how it happens and how it goes through towards 8, and let's talk on Spice FM KE on X.
Chilled Spice. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
HR advisor, operations and administration expert, Maureen Mutia, talking about how to conduct yourself in an interview. You said the moment someone walks in, the panel is already scoring them. So how should I walk in? Should I walk in in a straight line? Should I come and shake hands across the table? Should I say, enda soba walking? Na wasalimu nyote katika jina la Bwana hamjambo.
God is good.
God is good. I mean, what is this? Walk us through that person walking in.
Confidence.
The ones that you score highly, what do they have?
Confidence. Invest in what you're going to wear for the interview.
Okay.
Ensure that you're smartly dressed. You don't look like you're going out, or properly dressed for the interview. Let people look at you and see this is a person who can deliver this job. Yeah. From the way you walk in, how you sit down, prepare, come with a notebook.
Yeah.
Carry your papers, because sometimes people might want to verify your documents. Say hi, shake hands, look people in the eye. Let people see you're not shy. Yeah, because sometimes you'll find you avoid the eye contact.
Yeah.
You're not speaking to the people. Sometimes somebody might walk sluggishly like this. Just shoulders held high. Be comfortable. Own it, because that's the only time you're going to sell yourself to the organization.
When you talk about dressing, and hear me out on this, because it become an issue, especially now we've come into more casual workspaces.
Yep.
Okay. So the way you dress also has become more casual. You could come to work wearing sneakers and tights or whatever, and that is it's accepted across. Should that differ at the interview? If I'm coming to do a job whereby on a Monday to Friday throughout the day I will
never be in a suit.
I will never be in a suit and a tie. I'll never be in a skirt suit. I'll never be in a whatever. But would you expect me to be all formal during the interview if I'm coming to interview for a job whereby I can be in slacks and jeans Monday to Friday?
That is why I said before you go for that interview, do research. Do your research. Yeah. Find out what that organization dress code is like. And then you just dress smartly. You don't need to wear a suit and a tie to go for an IT position. Most of the time, you'll find those people in jeans and T-shirts. But don't wear a T-shirt that's written Doom Kills or something like that. I mean, you can just wear a proper T-shirt that is clean.
Got it.
So that you're presentable.
Chai bests.
Exactly.
Daily bests.
You know, if that interview panel has people who look like me, you'd better wear a suit.
That's why the research is important.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yes.
It doesn't matter
So
what
it
you're
doesn't
going to
matter
do
if
you get the job tomorrow.
You're coming to do it's a radio presenter job.
It doesn't matter, because some of these values that we are speaking about are generational.
Right.
Okay? If you come for a serious interview, let's say want to interview as a director or something, and you come in training shoes, you're already in trouble.
Well, no, that's different. I mean, but come on, if you're doing a job, like, for example, that's what I'm asking, whether it's important. Because a lot of folks... You're a radio presenter, or you're a producer, or you're, like you said, an IT person, or you're a social media person. Look at that world, whereby now...
Note what I've said.
It is the person who's in the panel.
Yes,
Okay.
note.
Okay.
So should the HR person then advise that, you know what, this job that we have advertised, we are looking for a younger Gen Z kind of person. So therefore, CT, don't judge them on how they dress. Or CT, sit out on this one.
Yes. We know your leanings and your biases. They're not useful for this particular interview.
Okay, and then what about other things? So what would you advise for people who are coming? And then what about things like dreadlocks or multiple piercing or tattoos?
Dreadlocks as in Rasta.
Like Maureen's.
Yes.
So
Rasta.
Does it? Yeah. So or multiple piercings or tattoos that are visible.
Yeah.
Does that now skew you in a certain way to think of me as in a certain way? Even if I'm coming for a very serious position.
No, just you can hold your hair behind. Yeah. If you have tattoos, why can't you just wear a long sleeved shirt? Yeah.
Why?
And when you're doing your research, one of the questions you need to ask, and you can actually send an email or make a call to the organization beforehand and ask what they expect. That is never a sin.
Okay.
Yeah. The assumption that we make right now is if I call them, I'm disadvantaging myself. No.
Yeah.
Ask them,
You're
should
canvassing.
should I carry my original certificates? Sometimes they'll be verified. Yeah.
It's important to carry them.
Yes.
Yes.
Some people might tell you, no, you'll need it in the next level. Yeah. So just ask the right questions, prepare some answers, because most of the time when you ask these questions, you need to give a scenario, a situation where you did something, and how you overcame and how you delivered. So one of the things, have a notebook, scribble these things, go through those kind of scenarios, and when you're doing the mock interview, let the person tell you whether that one came out strong or not.
Okay.
Yeah?
HR is in charge and is supposed to oversight training in an organization.
Yeah.
People who are likely to interview also need to be trained, because they need an upgrade just to understand that as time goes on, the way you understand and look at these things needs to be different.
Yeah.
Why do I say this? I was talking about the Rasta and why I was referring to myself. Generally, my generation, Rasta, you will be asked, sorry, was there an interview for a musician here? Or a DJ? Because automatically, we've already determined, okay, that this person...
That's where you fit.
Yes, or is an actor, actress or something, in social, something of that sort. Now, that thinking is completely misplaced, okay? Or if you come with a mohawk, okay, how can you not get in that job?
You see now, City, one of the things that I said earlier was this. Let the HR person take through the interview panel through a quick training, on some of these things. For example, if you were to sit in my panel, I would have conversations with you and look at your scoring based on, you see, there'll be a part where presentation and all that. I will not be very strongly relying on your scoring if that person ended up having dreadlocks, because you've put them down because of that. Number one. Actually,
dreadlocks not the worst thing. Earrings.
For who?
For men.
For the men, you're done for.
Surely.
And many for
but
the
we have the Chief Justice who had one.
No, I'm just trying to explain to you. Or if you're a lady and you come with that thing that looks like an iron rod right through your nose. Okay?
I think we need a topic on discrimination.
I think this would be highly necessary. I think
because
so.
City he's raising very important points. Because that's, like you said, it's a generational thing.
Yeah.
All right? There's a certain generation or cadre of people who actually still think that way, even if it's not that generation. People who are younger than him who still feel that way. There are HR people and HR practitioners who are still stuck up in that old way.
And
this is how you come in. You should have dressed in a suit. How you dressed? How did you sit? How you walk, talking to us? Did you come with those documents? Did you not? Why are you asking all these questions? Why are you... HR people who are still stuck on an 8 to 5. And you must come to work on a daily basis at 8 a.m. and you shall clock out at 5 p.m. And if you stay longer, that's okay. But if you come later, that's no problem.
Working from home is alien to them.
Yeah.
But you see, COVID taught us we can work from home.
Oh, we unlearned that very quickly.
Not really.
Oh, believe me.
Depends with the kind of an organization you're referring to. Because most of the time, organizations have embraced flexible working, and it's been there for years, long before COVID. Even right now, I would not want a staff to be in my office between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. And I know in between they're doing nothing. It's the output that you need to look out for. So we need to start embracing newer ways of trying to manage our staff without going colonial.
Okay. Maureen, one of the questions that comes up during an interview that most people are stuck on how to answer is a salary question. How much would you like us to pay you? Well, $1 million, but what can you afford? How do you start to have this conversation? Really, what must you say?
Okay. When you do the research, you'll be able to know the salary bracket. Some organizations will indicate that in their advert, some will not. So if they've not done that, try and negotiate a 20% increment on what you're currently earning.
If you're on zero?
If you're on zero, then do the research and find out what is the entry point.
Right.
Because some organizations will say this position starts between, let's say, 100 and 250. Some will say you start from the first spine point. Others will say, because of your experience and everything, we can try and negotiate somewhere in between. But most of the time, you will not find yourself going to the maximum spine. So be smart about that. And when you do your research, you will be able to know what these organizations pay.
Should it be best? Sorry, go on.
All of these inspirational speakers, people say, go and tell them what you are. Motivational speakers, go and tell them what you are worth.
Demand what you're worth.
What you know, your value,
and be yourself
is that
while
you can bring to the table. How does you put up again vis-a-vis what you know to be the case as an HR practitioner, that look, this is what the organization says they can or cannot do, but here I am telling you that all the years of school that I've gone through, the many more degrees than our thermometer that I have, the experience that I have been able to garner over the last 20 years means that, sure, you can look for the extra money if you want me to be on your team. That's what the motivational speakers will tell you. But from practical point of view, what are you saying?
You can negotiate and be able to look at the package, the whole package. You see, most of the time, we're looking at just the salary. We're not looking at all the entire package. The entire package might have medical, might have leave days, study leave, Sometimes they live and pay for your studies, So what are we getting here? let's stop always thinking about the cash. Yeah.
Ati?
Ni ukweli city. Yes. It's a package. It is a package. Because let me ask you a question.
You're turning money into a philosophical discussion.
No, you need to look at the entire package.
Maureen, you know you've actually confused my words. I almost called you Margaret. You know this. Money.
You see, money is not everything. Because let me tell you, there's an aspect of the cash that you take home.
Hey.
Yeah. Some organizations will tell you you have medical cover.
Okay.
You have a holiday per year. Yes.
There's such organizations.
They are. Depending on where you work, yes.
They pay for you to go on holiday.
So you look at all these things, instead of paying your own medical, the organization is paying for that. So try and deduct something from your expectations. Yeah. Try and strike a balance in between. Now, if you're just coming from college,
right.
I mean, you cannot come and start expecting the world.
Actually, they can, and they do, because somebody has told them that their net worth is their net potential.
Somebody has also told them from experience, and this is, I mean, look, we can talk about what is written down on paper in terms of the guidelines, Maureen, but we can also talk about reality. The truth of the matter is that some people have come out of campus and they tell you, you know what, even before I graduated, right, I had an offer and they were actually offering me the world. Now you can imagine somebody takes from that experience and wants to apply it in a situation whereby they know this organization can do it. So there is the reality, there is the guideline standard, and then there is the reality of expectation, which we cannot run away from. So how do you temper all of these things and create a balance whereby you're not leaving a sour taste in the mouth of those who are interviewing you as an individual, but at the same time you're not getting shortchanged?
Yep.
Okay, you can have a good conversation with them if they're being genuine, yeah, and they'll be able to tell you this position, this is the amount of money that we are capable of paying. If you find sometimes some organizations will use maybe agents, yeah, so consultants who come from outside, most of the time you are actually able to ask that person, how much is this position attracting? Let's always not forget to ask that question or fear asking that question. Yeah, and when you're doing your research, I am sure you'll get somebody who will tell you that organization, their package is this much. And from the onset, you'll answer the question of, do I want to work for these people or not?
Should it be best practice for organizations to actually indicate what the pay scale is?
I think it should
because
be,
you already know we are prepared to offer this much for this position maximum, and we think this position, because of based on current staff and how much you're paying others, we think this position will start from this level to this level. Why not just put it out there in the advert, so that you are also attracting the people who feel comfortable coming to negotiate within that band?
Yeah, it shouldn't be a crime to do that. And I think if we all embrace putting that figure
you should
there,
make it a crime.
Yeah. if you not put it there.
If you don't put it there, then
yeah, because you
lose HR points.
And then you also end up losing some very good candidates because you did not actually tell them what the position attracts.
There's a listener who's just asked a question. What if it's an online interview?
Sorry?
An online interview.
It's a virtual one.
Yes. It's a virtual interview.
Yeah.
How do you walk in?
How do you walk in, and how do you dress well, and how do you not wear earrings?
Your posture. For example, if I called you today, City, when you're sleeping or when you're seated down, your voice is different. Yeah? Sit down, take some water.
And all these things, you know how?
You can actually tell. You can tell. Yeah.
What if somebody's unwell? You know, your voice will sound just as groggy.
You can actually explain that.
So you explain yourself?
Yeah, explain yourself. Let the people know you're not able to either have the interview that day if your voice is gone, or I currently have a flu, so bear with me.
You say it.
Yes, tell us.
You know the point I'm actually trying to make. You know, everything you're saying makes perfect sense. But these are things people actually have to be walked through and told. Because in all honesty, most of us don't know how to participate in an interview if you're being interviewed. We don't know. We think we do. And we benchmark it with things that we've done in the past.
Right.
Okay.
And that is why I said it's very important for us to have mock interviews before the actual interview.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should you have people in the same organization who are doing the same job then being paid the same thing? And I'm going to reverse that and ask, from an interview point of view, an individual who comes into the job and says, look, well, I'd like to be paid this much. You already know how much other people who are in the same position are being paid.
Yeah.
And then they find out later that they're being paid less. How should you negotiate? Or should you say, I would like to be paid what everybody else in this position is being paid, or more? Or should we all be bumped up? How do you deal with that? And then you come to find out later that folks are being paid more. How do you handle that?
You know, you need to ask this question, why are they being paid more? Sometimes it might be how many years they've been in that organization. Yeah. Some of them, some organizations might review their salary
annually,
and then decide, going forward, as much as we were paying these people, let's say 400K, any newcomers are going to be paid 250, and this is because of budgetary issues and all that.
Yeah.
But because we are not going to call you CT and tell you, now, going forward, we are going to revert to 250 because you're already in the organization, we'll say, beginning 1st of October 2023, whoever is coming for that, in that position, this is the package.
And over time, you then bump CT off.
Yeah.
Because it becomes too expensive.
Do you have refresher trainings for HR practitioners?
They're normally there. People can actually do the courses. I told you, like the association, the body normally has different workshops every year.
And you earn points.
And you earn points.
And when you get your certification, is it renewed based on the trainings you've undergone, the things you've done, or is it for life?
No, you renew annually.
Yes, and do you renew it automatically, or is it based?
We've not gotten to the point where we are actually looking at those points, but we are getting there.
You know, the role that an HR is supposed to play in an organization. Let's look at these tumultuous times we live in, where COVID notwithstanding, jobs are lost, things are changing. The role that the HR plays is even bigger than it has ever been, because you are in troubled waters and you're supposed to be helping steer the human resource in these waters, beginning with the top management and everybody else that works in there and getting them to meet. Now, these are uncharted waters. We're not dealing with things that we've dealt with before, so you can say we have a history. They're new, and yet they are our current reality.
Yeah.
So unless even the HR practitioners are brought up to speed, for instance, in understanding how you walk people through the possibility of retrenchment, how you walk people through the process of looking for new opportunities, how you walk people through preparing themselves, because there's this false notion in this country that there's a middle class. How are you a middle class when you're one salary away from poverty?
You're in the middle. You're right there.
As in, you could go down or you could go up.
Yes. And where do most people tend? Do they go up or do they go down? They go down.
So the point you're making, though, it is that just like lawyers, they have to go through all these trainings and you earn points to earn your renewal. Just like accountants do the same.
Doctors.
HR practitioners, doctors. HR practitioners should do the same.
Yes. And they also need to have a personal development plan. So that every year you're able to attend some courses that help you enhance your experience and capabilities to handle different kind of situations within the organization.
Right.
So let's embrace learning.
Continuous
learning.
Right.
And capacity building. We cannot be building the capacity of the entire organization and not the one person who's very important in terms of the HR. So this is something that needs to be continuous.
Indeed. Maureen, thank you very much for joining us today. Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
I already told you, and I told you can't talk about it. so we talk about that.
How do you respond to that question? What is it?
It's a very important question because you need to have a personal plan.
Right.
Your own goals. So just be able to say that this is my plan. Walk us through some of the things that you need to see yourself growing. It might be professionally, academically. So let us know what you intend to do.
So it's not personal?
It's not a personal
I want to
question.
get a second wife, all those things.
In the next 3 months.
I want to take over this company. All of you guys will be gone. But Maureen, thank you very much for joining us today. It's been interesting.
Thank you
Come
for
again
having
soon.
me. Okay, cheers.
Maureen Mutia is a HR advisor. She's an operations and administration expert. She's been our guest this morning talking about, what to look out for as you are applying for a new job, as you're seeking career growth and improvement. And also, if you are in that position where you're interviewing people, what should you be looking out for from the candidates? Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. 1 year since President William Ruto was officially sworn into office, what has he achieved? This is the question on the lips of Kenyans after 1 year of Kenya Kwanza government. President William Ruto was sworn in office today 1 year ago at the Kasarani Stadium, where in his inaugural speech as president, he stated that he did not want to waste time. In a speech full of promises, especially about the issues that had dominated campaign, including the cost of living, the president gave his first orders that day, including giving the police department the freedom to manage their own budget. Among others, it was removing the fuel subsidy, saying that it was costing the government billions of shillings, yet it was benefiting individuals. At the same time, he also announced the restoration of operations at the port of Mombasa. He also announced a plan to reduce the price of fertilizer.
Our strategy to bring down the cost of living is predicated on empowering producers. The forecast for maize harvest this year is below 30 million bags against a normal production of 40 million bags. The main cause of the decline in production is the high cost of farm inputs. Our priority intervention, therefore, is to make fertilizer, good quality seed, and other agricultural inputs affordable and available.
The president also promised that the government would abide by the constitution and the law and deliver justice, while using the opportunity to criticize his former boss, retired President Uhuru Kenyatta.
I assure all public officers that my administration will respect their professional service, and no public servant, even chiefs and their assistants, will be required to run political errands for any political party or formation.
1 year later, how are we doing now? In various studies that have been done in the first year, including by TIFA, the distribution of affordable fertilizer and the launch of the Hustler Fund are among initiatives that can be remembered. These, as CS Interior Kithure Kindiki has continued to be the best performing CS, albeit with a small percentage. These views are particularly evident from his security efforts in the North Rift and reforms in service delivery. However, the government has been blamed for not meeting some of the expectations of Kenyans. We continue to bring you the very latest on this 1 year later. What has the Kenya Kwanza government delivered to Kenyans? Now, Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki has put land grabbers in Thika, Kiambu County on notice, saying the government will not tolerate theft of parcels meant for establishment of public utilities. Kindiki spoke during the groundbreaking ceremony of 20 million shillings new police division headquarters in Thika West, described grabbers as dangerous terrorists out to deny Kenyans access to quality government services.
Ardhi hii ambayo tumeambiwa ni ardhi ya umma, kuna watu walikuwa wanaimezea mate na walikuwa wanaipangia kunyakua. Sasa mimi sitaki kurudia sana. Msimamo wa serikali ya Kenya ni kwamba hatuna nafasi ya wakora, wezi na majambazi. Na mimi nimesema mtu ambaye anaiba shamba la umma ambalo lingejengwa kituo cha polisi cha kulinda jamii, cha kulinda maisha ya watu wasiwawe na wakora, yule mkora mwenye kuua watu kwa kuwadunga visu ni sawa na yule mwizi wa shamba ambaye anaiba shamba ambalo lingejengwa kituo cha polisi.
The CS directed the Central Region Security Team to begin reclaiming all grabbed public land to facilitate establishment of public utilities. And parents who are defrauded in the plan to send their children to foreign countries for higher education in Uasin Gishu County have now said that they will return to the streets today to demand that they be paid their money back. The parents who stopped the protest to make room for the devolution conference a month ago in Eldoret have said that they have continued to be ignored. They said that this just 2 days after 22 students went to Canada and Finland under the sponsorship of the county government. However, some parents say that despite the move, they will continue to demand for their refund. They have said that those involved have not done anything to return their money despite the order from President William Ruto. Last month, Uasin Gishu Senator Jackson Mandago, who started the program when he was governor, was arrested along with 2 other suspects. The 3 were charged with planning to steal 1.1 billion shillings from the commercial bank in Eldoret using the Education Trust Fund scheme. They were, however, released on a 500,000 shillings bail. This is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, so a few minutes after 8 o'clock is now when we're seeing the traffic is coming out and it's coming out proper. We're looking at it heavy coming off of Thika Superhighway. That's going to be quite something as you're getting towards the CBD. Uhuru Highway is very busy. Everybody's feeding onto Uhuru Highway, whether you're coming in from Langata Road, whether you're coming in from Bunyala. You're also coming in from Haile Selassie, coming in from the Thika Superhighway as well as Ngongoro on the other side. Uhuru Highway takes it all. Getting out towards the CBD and then through Westlands, very, very busy. Kiambu Road, not so bad. It's done very well. And I think we've seen the worst of it, at least for now. But we'll wait and see what that pans out to be later on in the morning. Coming out from Limuru Road, it's also busy. We're going to keep an eye on things and see how this all opens up. Let's talk in the meantime. Spice FM, KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Part of Kenya's biggest conversation. This is The Situation Room. We're live on KTN Home, on Spice FM, on YouTube, and on Facebook, and we are gearing up for the 29th of October 2023.
Yes, we are. It's Kenya's largest single-day athletics event, and it's the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon taking place, kicking off from Uhuru Gardens, and then running along the Southern Bypass, doing all sorts of fun stuff, 5 km, 10 km, 21, and the full marathon taking place on that day. It's a special one because it's the 20th edition of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon, and what you need to do is log on to www.nairobimarathon.com. 2,000 shillings is what's going to set you back for the registration. But as you get all your paraphernalia, just remember that some of that money then goes towards the Future Makers program. What does that do? It ensures that young people, especially girls and people living with disability, get to learn, earn, and grow. Register today. Start training and get your shoes on for the 29th of October.
Like that.
Indeed.
Kabisa. One person who I think will be running is Aaron Cheriot, the senator for Kericho County, Senate Majority Leader, who's our guest. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, team.
Very well.
Yeah, I will be running.
You will be.
Previously, I used to do the 21, but the last 3 years, I've had to do 10 because it's run on the end of October, and every end of November, early December, we have the East African Parliamentary Games, and I play football. So unfortunately, after the 21, it takes a while to recover.
It does.
And that's at the peak of our preparation for the football matches. So the coaches restrict me to 10. Otherwise, I can do the 21.
You can do the 21?
Yeah.
So you'll just do the 10 this year?
For the last 3 years, I've had to do the 10 because at least with that one, with a day's rest, you're fine and you're back to football.
Right.
Because that's my favorite sport.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, at the Devolution Conference, parliamentarians beat governors. Watu wa bunge hapana mchezo, senators.
But why do you make it sound as though it's surprising?
Are you told what happened? we were out in Nakuru. One of our colleagues had lost their spouse.
Yeah.
So I requested that let's start the match at 4 o'clock because we needed to finish the funeral in Nakuru, then fly to Eldoret.
Yeah.
Because there are governors who've been with us in Senate and they know of the scoring prowess of the Senator for Kericho, they insisted that the match begins at 2 o'clock. So by the time I was landing, the match was over. And they later confirmed, by the way, and said, when you were told there's a chance that you'll delay, we said, can the match begin now?
Without Messi. Good to have you here, Senator.
Yeah.
And you haven't been here since you became the majority leader of the Senate.
Really?
Yeah.
No, Eric. I think I have been here.
No, you haven't.
Oh, my
You've
goodness.
been with me on KTN,
but
not on Spice.
Not on Spice.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
it's a travesty of the utmost proportion.
Of great proportion. Yeah.
But karibu.
Asante sana.
It's good to have you here. Good to have the leadership of the Senate with us.
Yeah.
As we are looking into 1 year since William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua took their oath of office and the relationship between the executive and Parliament. City has the day's proverb. This week's proverbs are from
Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone.
Yes. To try and fail is not laziness.
To try and fail is not laziness.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good one. I like it actually.
What's your interpretation of it?
That if you try, you'd rather actually fail while trying something than just sit out and say, oh, I don't think I'll make it. Because that's laziness. There are many things that people have achieved, not that they set out knowing that they'd achieve, but they were just trying and things worked out. Yeah.
Very good. That's a good one.
Yeah.
As we get into the conversation, you are from Kericho.
Yes.
Kericho Chai. Chai Kericho.
Yeah.
Same was up. And this is where you feed the entire country with chai.
Yes.
Now we have a partnership with Brookside. We are also talking about chai hapana tu chai, maziwa.
Must have milk.
Dairy best.
Yes.
Long life milk.
Yes.
I'm sure you've seen it even in your own area and constituency.
Yes.
This is the one leading long life milk in the market. And we talk about it being creamy. I'm sure you know you like chai
with a good cream.
Maziwa.
Yeah.
And a chai. And then it's Kenyan tea boiled.
There's nothing like a good cup of tea actually.
Never.
You can never replace it.
Never.
And it's the one thing I see people struggle with when they travel out of Kenya. Myself, I have to make confessions. I carry tea bags because you can't find anything close to our tea.
You can't find our tea.
The blend they make out there, you taste and
you're not sure.
It is something that is supposed to be tea, but it's not tea.
Kabisa.
Yeah.
Kabisa.
Yeah.
So, Senator, as the Senate Majority Leader, what exactly is your job?
I lead a team. It's in two parts. First, you're leader of the House because the overall responsibility falls on you. The House, if it succeeds in its mandate, is because you provided leadership. There are many issues that, especially in the Senate, over the last 3 terms that have been, hardly do we disagree. There are more often than not the times that we agree on whatever legislation that is before us and we pass it because our view on things actually, there are things that senators mostly are keen on when any legislation comes before us. What is the place of counties? How will the county governments benefit? Are they represented? If it's a board that you're creating, will they have a voice that will be heard enough? So generally, it's hard to find senators disagree along party lines, but sometimes we do. Because this is politics and there are 1 or 2 reasons, or when the climate is not so good outside there, you feel it permeates into the House most of the time. Like even in this term, there are many things which we have disagreed on, not necessarily because we needed to,
Yeah.
but you can see it's nuanced by the politics, the toxic politics that was outside. But ever since things mellowed a bit out on the political field, you can see hardly do you get opposition on things purely on political basis. If people oppose, then it's on a principle and something that they do not agree with. That's number one. Secondly, of course, is that if you're not able to achieve that, then you retreat back to the team that you're leading, which is the majority side. And on the majority side, I think two senators shy over 2/3 in the House. So I think I'm in a slightly more comfortable place than my two previous colleagues who led a Senate that was very thin. Previously, the split in Senate was almost 24-23 and I think 25-22 in the second Senate.
What is it this time?
This one is about, that's in terms of delegations. It's about 29, 47 minus 29, 18. So it's a bit better in terms of delegations. And sometimes we even cross over to 30 or 31 if you have to split on party lines and the delegations that you have. So you have a bit of comfort there, even if you have people that are missing. You know how Senate votes, and this genius of a constitution, something that I really celebrate, the equality of the vote. The senator for Kiambu with his 1 million people carries the same way to the senator for Lamu or Isiolo with the little number of votes that bring her to the Senate. But because of the unity of our constitution and how the constitutional design, they each have only one vote. And that to me has been a genius, because there are many times that even when majoritarian views want to force certain positions on people, they remember that they'll still not be able to marshal the requisite 24. And that helps us keep us as a country.
But still the 16 or so nominated ones don't have a vote.
They don't, unfortunately. It's a constitutional design. They don't have a vote on matters that are declared as affecting counties. But on procedural issues, reports of the House and many such things, they do vote.
And why was this thought this way?
I think it's because of the principle that I've just explained, to make sure that each of the 47 counties are equal. You know, the 20 nominated colleagues of ours, they are spread out not evenly. You find a county like Nairobi perhaps has 5-6 nominated people, and say a county like Kericho that I represent, we've never had a chance to have anyone nominated. So if you give them the power to vote, then it means that there are certain counties that will be disadvantaged, and that's not right. That's not what we intended. We want each of the 47 devolved units to feel that they are at the table equally and they are represented. So that's a reasoning behind them not voting on matters that are declared to affect counties.
Sorry.
From an oversight point of view, and coming into Parliament about a year ago today, how have you seen that progress has been made from the specific work that senators will do? Usually when the campaigns are on and an individual such as yourself is asking for the vote to be a senator, we don't usually look at the senatorial position in concert. We look at it as an individual. But now looking at the country as a whole, especially when the government of President William Ruto has talked about a one government approach to so many things. It doesn't matter whether it's state officers, looking at parliament, looking at how these works will be carried out. How have you seen that the role senators are playing in this government, in this particular dispensation, has gone over this year?
Well, I'd say a year is not sufficient for me to pass a proper judgment or account of how we have performed in terms of oversight as Senate specifically, and then maybe a bit later as Parliament generally. But I'd say that on the basics, we have the fundamentals right. Because if you've seen one of the big policy decisions that came out of our first parliamentary group retreat in Naivasha that was chaired by the party leader immediately were elected. I think by that time, either they had not been sworn in or just before they had been. The first resolution was that we must find a way of amending our standing orders for members of a cabinet to appear before Parliament. At that time, in fact, to be sincere, I held a different view. And when I spoke to at the PG, I said, I don't see much value in it. I think there is more value in them appearing before committees, just as is traditional in a presidential system, and leaving it at that. But then there are others who agreed with that proposal, including the party leader and a few of our colleagues. So that proposal carried the day. And of course, once a decision has been made at the parliamentary group, my position is to come and push it through Parliament. So we came, we did an amendment to the standing orders of both houses, and goodness me, it's been one of the best decisions that was ever made, because I've seen colleagues take on cabinet ministers on very many issues that affect ordinary citizens, because much as you come there maybe to answer 3 or 4 questions that have been previously filed, the direction this thing has taken is that it has gained a life of its own, because the minute you have a minister for, say, interior there, they'll respond to the first 3 questions. That's by tradition, the questions that they have been asked. But then the Speaker, and in our standing orders when you amended it, provided in the regulations for cabinet secretaries to appear for something called supplementary questions. And that's where real work happens. Because now somebody rises and says, I'm Senator for Bungoma, in such and such a polling station, police station. These are the issues. What are you doing about it? And I've seen ministers, because they come with a whole retinue of people, all those minders and people from the ministry, turn to them and say, oh, do you know about that issue? And they've been put in very awkward situation sometimes, because you can't tell Parliament, I don't know, if you don't know what are you doing in office. Yes. So I see even the jitteriness with which cabinet colleagues, because they know me, many of them were our colleagues, we were together with them in Parliament, or we've met along the course of work, and they'd call the evening before and say, hey, what else do you know
What are you hearing?
What else are they likely to ask? Because you're live on camera, you're before the nation. The president has told them in clear terms that there is no day I will save you from Parliament. If there is anything that you can never run away from, is accountability before Parliament, because those are the people's representatives. And therefore, I've seen many issues arise that either had been reported in the media, or people know have been raised to them individually by their constituents, and they've taken ministers to task. And this is from all, I think at Senate we are left with only, I think 1 or 2 ministers only who are yet who haven't made an appearance.
But do you get sufficient action? So there's a question that, that supplementary question. Say Senator for, like you said, Bungoma rises up and asks a question about a certain specific police post in a certain village.
Yes.
Just by asking it, do you get action? Do you get a solution out of it?
It depends
or
on
is this just
on the what I have seen. It depends on individual minister. And the beauty is that if as a minister you come before the first time, you're asked, and you give the usual, okay, I was not aware, but let me look into it and come back to you. Now it's upon you as a minister to be diligent enough and know that there is a representative of the people who ask me about a particular issue. I see many of them, the diligent ones, they find ways of getting back at the people who had asked those questions, either by writing to them or even sometimes by a phone call and say, Senator, I've checked with my people, but I don't think what you're saying is accurate. Then no, you're being misled. Can you ask them about A, B, C, D? Right. And some of those things have been resolved. They are the not so diligent type as well, who will think that, because it's the end of the session, I'll not look at it. The problem is, subsequently, when they appeared before the House, they found themselves in very, very difficult situations, because already there is a preset mind that people have about it, that you just come to, you take Parliament for granted. The response that you give, it is there is a sacred nature that parliamentarians treat interaction with the executive, to the sense that when you're responding to them, they expect that, number one, what you're saying is accurate to the best of your knowledge, and at no way should you either mislead or seek to just get away with a particular situation. Because even us, as elected leaders, our accountability mechanism is the most difficult. Because if people raise an issue with you and you disappear, there's no problem. They know that 1-2 years down the line, you'll be back in the same village. And they'll say, Mheshimiwa wewe, hata hakuna haja tukwambie shida zetu. Ile ingine tulikuambia, there's nothing you did. And that's the worst thing that can ever happen to you as a political leader, where people no longer come to you to share with you their problems, because they've given up and they've said, huyu hata ukimwambia, there's nothing that they're going to do. And you don't want to be in that place. The strength of you as a political leader is that when people know that when we call Eric, when we call CT, be assured that within 1 or 2 weeks, that thing is sorted.
Movement will happen.
And that is what people seek to draw out of these interactions with cabinet secretaries. The other thing is there are policy pronunciations also, or directions that cabinet ministers either make at cabinet or in whatever, within even the rank and file of the ministry. When they come before parliament, they are taken on and by people holding different view, and you'd find a particular member. Let me give you an example. For example, in the housing fund, much as we didn't consider what is it called, finance bill as Senate, the regulations that subsequently do come to the houses, people make pronouncements and what has been done. There are people who are from the building industry who are in Senate. When the minister appeared, they were taken to serious task about what is the cost per square foot that they are building on compared to what the industry average is within certain cities. And I remember for Nairobi, the price that was being quoted was, I think, 38 shilling per square foot, while the price that was, if you work out the calculation of what the ministry was giving, was somewhere upwards of 51 or 52 shillings. And therefore, the minister is being taken to task. Number one, the developer has had to buy land. You're building on land that government has
and yet yours is almost double.
Number two, you have economies of scale. You can actually get materials at a more discounted rate, because if you walk to Simba Cement or Tough Steel for the steel that you're looking for and negotiate for a unit of maybe 10,000 houses, they'll give you better rates than what you can get in a single hardware. Out of that interaction, meetings had to be done, and I know that now they have reviewed the rates further downwards. Two of our colleagues, the ones who raised that particular issue, are still not satisfied, and they are insisting that you shouldn't be competing with the private sector, because they have cost which you as government, because number one, because of scale, and number two, you know that in any building, especially in the big capitals of this country, anywhere between 30 to 40% is first value of land. Something which government is avoiding, because all these affordable housings, they are being built on public land. And therefore, such interactions, they force ministers back to the drawing board. And they know that you're not just appearing before people who will ask you simple things and disappear. They are professionals. They are people who understand certain things about the industry or the thing that you lead. I know others even on bills that are now presently before the House on universal healthcare. There are certain proposals that have come before us. And fortunately or unfortunately, there are people, number one, either who've served as governors, so they know the human resource challenges in the health sector in the country, or even as health professionals as well, who know the challenges that exist and how it needs to be addressed. And sometimes,
so it's all about accountability.
Yes.
It's all about, and the president has then said, I have this team of cabinet ministers who are helping me to deliver. I want them to be accountable to the people.
Yes.
Is it, blanket on everything that the executive is doing, that Parliament is very keen on pushing for accountability? Or is it on those ones that have already been passed? For example, can we say that all the members of Parliament who voted for the finance bill, for example, supported the housing fund wholeheartedly?
The thing with
or are there areas where we can say that there are members of Parliament, for example, who are in the majority side of the National Assembly or the Senate, who have a contrary view, but they don't express it?
As is the case in Parliament, what I have seen over the years is that even when people have certain positions on particular issues, how decisions are arrived at, because if it was left for everybody to have their opinion on anything, number one, these are politicians. Number two, they are not experts on every field. You'll have 45 different positions on issues. So what normally happens, and what I have seen with the administration of President William Ruto, how we make decisions, is that there'll always be a parliamentary group meeting. And believe you me, and in fact, maybe this is a challenge that I need to pass over to him, that at our next parliamentary group meeting, when we are about to make a decision on something that is of great national importance, we should do it in the open with media presence, so that people get to appreciate the level of debates that go on. Because normally, when we have our parliamentary group meeting, we'll have the party leader, his deputy, then the two leadership, of both houses. And either I or Ichungwa will open up the floor and say, thank you for inviting us. Members, we're here because, there's certain business that is before us. We know that many of you have different opinion on it. The floor is open. And but before we begin to share the views, here's a presentation from the perspective of Main Street. Like now when you're doing Housing Fund, P.S. Hinga and his team, they were given 5 minutes, or was it 10? They presented the whole concept. Now then the floor was open. And people said all manner of things. Why people they think it will not work, blah, blah. It's a very elaborate process. Then finally, a decision is reached. Once a decision has been reached, that's the essence of a political party. Because once you have taken a particular direction and said, good people, we think for the good of our people and to carry everybody on board, much as you may disagree with one concept or the other, this is a direction that we are going. Then you'll find that everybody aligns and say, okay,
how is that decision reached? Is it by vote? By
it's by vote most of the time. And I'd see people, maybe we have never taken an individual vote on any particular issue because the split hasn't been much. Because most of the time after speaking and listening to what is the thinking behind a particular policy proposal, then you'll find 70-80% of people say, okay, I'm convinced.
It's interesting that you say that, Senator, because the perception out here, and that's why I think it's very important what you said about making these things public, because there are two perceptions here. Number one, that it's going to be shrouded in secrecy because the rest of the world should not be privy to what's going on there. Number two is that the head, the executive, in this moment, the person of the president, wants things to go a certain way. And by virtue of the fact that everybody, whether parliament or otherwise, is under the president and is a member of the party, will toe the line without thinking on an individual level, without debate on an individual level, but that so long as the president has said it, Aaron Chariot, Kimani Ichungwa, everybody else will toe the line. Would you disabuse that notion?
It's a notion which people have carried for so long, even before he's president. I don't know, because of his personality, that people feel that he's a strong character who, when he takes a particular position. What I know, having served with William Ruto, the man, and even eventually now as president, is that his decision-making process, and I say this 100% the truth, ask anybody who's served with him, is very consultative. Even from our days back as an quasi-opposition outfit, many of the times that when there were critical decisions to be made, he'd open the meeting and say, okay, these are the issues, what do you people think? And people will argue, sometimes deep into the night. Out of maybe 10 or 15 such meetings that I've attended, I can pinpoint maybe 1 or 2 at most, that eventually he still held on to a particular position and say, okay, I've listened to you, but there's something that I can see that you people don't see. Allow me to pursue. Then people will say, okay, we defer to your leadership on that. But the 13 other times, he's been convinced otherwise, or people have agreed with whatever he was proposing. I see that even in presently in this administration. Rarely does he force us a particular position and say, oh, this is what I need. In fact, the only pressure that I've had to endure from William Ruto serving as majority leader and him as our party leader and the head of the executive in this administration, sometimes it's the issue of time alone. And there are bills that take inordinately long and say, oh, there's a certain project that you want to initiate, but the law is stuck in parliament. How long before you conclude? Then you say, maybe give me 3 more weeks, and say, no, 3 is too long. Can't you make it in 1.5? But on the contents and how it's done, hardly do we find that position taken, especially if it's something that hasn't been discussed at the parliamentary group meeting. He will allow parliament to do its part. Because in any case, if he holds a contra-review, remember, he still has mechanisms through which he can either send back a memorandum to parliament, and the constitution allows him. And therefore, I think it's a notion which we strongly need to disabuse people. But like I've said earlier, perhaps the lesson here is we need to make some of our parliamentary groups meeting in the open so that people appreciate that actually, oh, okay, so these guys argue. It's not that he gets to the meeting and say, barabara ndio hii, kila mtu tingisha kidole na tuende
mkienda hiyo bunge mpige kura namna hii.
Never happens
It's
like
all
that.
conscientiously.
Yes.
How do you say it?
It's one of, I've said it 3 times in my life. And 3 times meaning it's a 3 oaths that have taken in
And
Parliament.
I swear I shall conscientiously.
Conscientiously. And you leave it at that. You never repeat it again.
26 minutes to 9. Aaron Cheruiyot is the Senate Majority Leader and the Senator for Kericho County. He's our guest this morning. Looking back at 1 year of President William Ruto's administration and the Kenya Kwanza administration, what's the relationship between the executive and the legislature? He's here. Let's take this break. We'll be back shortly and continue the conversation.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
I have a brother. He was a pilot. He was laid off. He came to a policeman. He messed up.
He went from a pilot to a policeman.
Exactly.
He stole a jet.
Yeah.
In fact, you should be lucky he was not court-martialed.
The Spice Drive. Big hair and the biggest hits from the best decade.
Indeed, it's all about hashtag Spice Drive, hashtag Quatch, KWACH. 3 to 7 in the PM.
The Spice Drive, only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Damn.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, dipping to 14, highs of 23, and we'll see lows of 14 in a sunny Nakuru at 15, going to highs of 27. 24 will be the high in Nyeri, and we'll see highs of 24 in Eldoret, where it's currently 15 and partly sunny. The sun is up at 26 in Mombasa, highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 30 as well in a partly sunny Malindi. It's 21 and sunny in Kisumu, highs of 30, and 28 will be the high in a sunny Kakamega at 20. Looking into Kampala, it's 21 and sunny, highs of 29, and the sun is up at 26 in Dar es Salaam as well, going to highs of 30 and lows of 22. Slightly warmer in Johannesburg now at 8 degrees, highs of 18 and lows of 6. It's cloudy at 24 in Lagos, highs of 29, and mostly sunny at 22 in Kinshasa. That'll be the low, going to highs of 34.
Spice up your life.
All right, so what are we looking at? Still heavy on the thicker superhighway, just as you're getting towards the Pangani, and that's coming in from Survey. We're looking at some traffic also on Gong Road as you're trying to get out towards the city. Langata Road was crazy earlier. Let's look at that. It still is, really. Coming in from Magadi Road, which there's some movement as you get out towards Langata Road and you get onto Railo Odinga Way and then out towards Uhuru Highway. Continue to see traffic into the CBD, and that's going to be busy for some time from what we can see. Landys Road has now picked up significantly and it's all chopped towards the Kamkunji roundabout. All right, apart from that, I think we should be able to handle it. Let us know just in case it gets a little bit stickier. Let's talk Spice FM KE on X.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
23 minutes to 9. The conversation continues with the Senator for Kericho County, Aaron Cheruiyot. He is the majority leader in the House. Senator, do you agree with those who say that the 12th Parliament was captured by State House?
12th Parliament?
Yes.
To a greater extent, yes.
How so?
Why do I say yes? Because I have just drawn to you a parallel between how decision making was done in that particular parliament on the majority side and how it's being done now. I don't recall any particular time in the 12th parliament that we ever sat in a parliamentary group meeting to agree on any policy position. You just wait, you'd be told this is a position, you take it or leave it. And you know, that's how decisions were made. There were people who used to sit somewhere, you remember those infamous parties that used to sit somewhere on Kajiado, I don't know where, about 5 or 6 men, none of them a parliamentarian. They'd say, that consider it done, and then we'd be expected that we vote. Presently, and this is what I find to be the most dignified way of handling parliament, is that I have just told you that on any major decision that parliament has had to take, there has always been a parliamentary group meeting before. And I have told you, people sit down, they discuss. Those that hold a contrary view are given the opportunity to express themselves and say, no, I don't agree with this decision because of A, B, C, D. And they get the clarifications, because most of the time it's either misinformation or perhaps they are skeptical, or if they have doubts about how certain things will be, then an amendment is made. I have seen certain amendments introduced actually at parliamentary group meeting level, because I know for a fact, for example, I can't remember which particular legislation that was, that the biggest pushback that people had was on the fact that there weren't enough governance controls on that particular proposal that was being made. And the president agreed with them and said, okay, I know what my people in the executive fear, this being called to parliament every now and then to come and explain. It's a difficult thing, but unfortunately, it's a commitment that we cannot run away from, because these are representatives of people. The reason why people don't want to give us their money is just like on this finance bill. When you listened to the views most of the time of the people that were opposed to it, yes, there are those that purely didn't want any coin to leave their pocket for obvious reasons that it's tight, and nobody ever accepts anywhere, not just in Kenya but across the world. But the bigger doubt that people had is this money going to be used prudently? And that's the biggest doubt. And on many times when any proposals have come before us at the parliamentary group and at parliament as well, is what checks have been put in place to ensure that this money is going to be used for its intended purpose. Luckily for us, up to now, we haven't had a situation where we've had to face off with a cabinet secretary and say, we gave you this, or we created for you this fund, or there is this parastatal that's in your organization, and certain funding has been lost.
And we don't have answers to it.
So that we take them on and say, either you take responsibility, or the people that have misappropriated these funds are brought to book.
But then there are those who would argue that if you compare those two systems, yes, one, there is no parliamentary group meeting that's being called by the party leader. There is no caucusing that happens outside of parliament. But then there are these supposed calls that are made and the direction is given. But then you've been given a free will and a free reign to actually go and vote with your conscience in the House. And nobody can say, but you see, we sat and we agreed. Whereas now, once the decision is made at the parliamentary group meeting, you don't have any moral ground to go back and consult with your people and then take a different stand when it comes to the vote in the House.
Yes.
You could say that this one is actually the one that's captured. Unlike the 12th Parliament, where you still had the free reign. You voted willingly.
There is nothing called a free reign even in the 12th one. A decision is made either way. You have been told that this is the position. Many times
you voted against some
of them because we were not in agreement with them. But for all my colleagues that were still supportive of the administration, then I saw them agonize with some of the things and say, okay, I don't agree with it, but
why?
Yes, but why? And that's the
because
question,
people fear. Parties are very strong. That's the thing that people.
Are parties strong or are individuals?
No. It's parties actually. Look at it in many of our strongholds, or the politically the political basis of both formations in the country. 80% of members of parliament, governors, and MCAs come from the dominant party in that particular region. That tells you the position of a political party. And therefore, the argument from the political party leadership side is, you know very well that I came with you to your county. There are certain promises that we made. And it is on the base of that promise that people voted for you, voted for me, and jointly they expect of us that we'll execute. How do you want me to achieve those promises if you don't allow some of these decisions that you're making? And that's the overall overarching principle of this consultation at parliamentary group level, and expecting everybody to follow a certain cue. To come to your question on why do people make these decisions, it's because people fear that if you fall out with your party and you come from a particular region, chances are at the next election,
They will never see the light of day.
It's not easy
Okay.
to take on the strength and the might of a political party when you're running either as an independent. The principle of independence is yet to be appreciated, not just in Kenya, but even in the oldest of democracies. You know that it's something that people still struggle with. In even the more mature democracies than Kenya, people still vote along party lines. There are people who, in fact, have come to discover, now having gone through elections, that the decision sometimes is not made even in those rallies. That they're about, maybe in a polling station of about 1,000 people, about 300 or 400 at most will show up when you go there for a rally. But there's another 600 that never leaves their home.
Yeah.
They'll just come on election day and say, this region we are in UDA. So they'll ask for the ballot paper and they'll just tick UDA. They don't even know. Many times I meet even young people in this city and they ask them, do you know who your MCA is? Mi nilipiga tu UDA kutoka MCA baka president. So that's a strength.
That's the reality of
That's the
politics.
reality of political parties. And that's why people, to a greater extent, to borrow your words, fear going against the grain of political parties.
But wouldn't you say that there is a symbiotic relationship between political parties and the leadership? Why I say this is that you will find that we have very many political parties, and every once in a while you'll find people are elected on a party that isn't dominant in that particular region. Or there are parties we've had which were once dominant, and once the leaders who led them were out of power, you actually forget that those parties actually exist. So it is this nexus that we speak of as being something symbiotic. The leadership of the party and the party, you would argue they're synonymous.
That's true.
Because if today, think of the dominant parties, let's start with Kalonzo. If Kalonzo was not there, how would Wiper fare? It's just a question. If Raila Odinga wasn't there, how would ODM fare? If William Ruto wasn't there, how would UDA fare? So,
and you have a live example in the form of Jubilee.
Yes.
Jubilee had 200 plus members of parliament in the 12th parliament.
Yes.
The minute William Ruto and his team left, they now have 20-something only,
Yes.
while UDA has upwards of close to 200 members of parliament. So there's truth in what you're saying, City, that still as a country, there's a place for the party leadership, that people follow certain leaders, and the direction that they take, they carry with them their influence. And I guess that's part of also what people fear, that there are certain leaders, if you're not with them, then it's difficult. The few people that you say can be elected, those are the outliers, so to speak. But there are maybe 1 in 100.
They're few.
They're very few. And many times they don't do it, maybe 2 times at best. If they do it 3 times, the 4th time they're out.
But also there's another reality you can't run away from. You see, how do you become a leader if you cannot lead? How then, even if there is consensus, can you become a leader if there is a position that you cannot take and let it be known that that is a position you've taken? See, if we go by our political lived experience, unfortunately, when you had a one-party state, the thinking then was the party was the president was the party, the president was parliament, the president was the judiciary, because after all, it's the president who appointed members of the judiciary, appointed literally. Now, if that was your lived experience, and then you look at our cultural upbringing, and the very concept of leadership and who it is in our psyche we think a leader should be. Leaders are people who we expect to take positions and essentially tell us what to do.
Yes.
So now, you bring in the enlightened democratic process that we're talking about, and you're talking about parliament, and people are debating. It is very difficult for people to move away from that particular thought process. When the leader speaks, you are more likely to go with what the leader says, even if you have a differing opinion. The key thing is there an opportunity for you to express that differing opinion and to be allowed to actually speak it out? Now, that is what I think multipartism and all these things that we've been talking about exist. But in many cases, again, our lived experience, people who've differed with leadership, you don't fare very well.
You're out.
You don't fare very well.
If I can just jump onto that now and say, look, and that is the fear that you do not you fear being shown the door. You fear losing points when it comes to political or social expediency. And so the likelihood of you going against what the position is very low. Now, that reality is known to many people.
Yes.
So one has to ask the question, does the loyalty then to the party, because of what we've just said, does it trounce the loyalty to the individuals who went to the vote?
There's something City said which was quite profound in the opening remarks, and I was excited with that part because I thought, have you been sharing notes with William Ruto? Because each time he opens a parliamentary group meeting, maybe he's a secret advisor. Because he normally reminds people that I hear many of you say that that's not what the ground wants. Then they say, so why are you a leader? I thought the reason you're a leader is because people sat down and they looked at all of themselves and they said, so who amongst us can we grant the opportunity to lead us and show us direction? If people have granted you that opportunity and they've said, please, show us the way. You cannot suddenly retreat back to them and say, by the way, what are you guys saying? And then what they say, you say that's a popular opinion, which is what CT says and what I've had the party leader, William Ruto, say many times during our parliamentary group meetings, that while it is important to listen to views of the people, it should never be lost to you that there is a reason why they gave you the position of responsibility and say, be our leader. Perhaps see things better than us. Have the opportunity to appreciate these things beyond our understanding as your fellow constituents and come and convince us that the position you have taken is in our best of interest.
But it should be based on you having consumed very many other opinions and perspectives and considerations.
Yes.
So when you go back to your people, you're actually telling them, I know this is what you feel, but let me show you why this may not work for us.
Exactly.
Okay? No, not necessarily because that coming, unajua tuliambia tulikuja tukasema na unajua mkubwa amesema tuende hivi.
No. If you do that, then you're not a leader. And you know there's also, that's one, but number two also, there must be purity of purpose. There must be the sense in which that you for sure are convinced that what you're saying is the truth and you're not motivated by other factors. There is no tender that you have lined up. There is no interested stakeholder who has whipped you in a particular way because they stand to benefit because of a particular policy decision. That's where you get it wrong. But if there is purity of purpose and you know for sure that if this policy proposition was to go through, then I can go back and face my constituents 2-3 years down the line and tell them, you guys did believe, but look at what has happened. People will say, okay, you are wise.
I'm going to give you 2 examples where I'm questioning Parliament's oversight, responsibility and role.
Okay.
Number 1, Parliament considered the regulations in the Financial Management, Public Finance Management Act, creating the Hustler Fund.
Okay.
Parliament approved those regulations. And the regulations were saying, this is how the fund shall be established. This is how the fund shall be governed. There will be a board. There will be a secretariat led by a CEO. And this is how the management of this fund will be. But before the operationalization of that structure, the Hustler Fund was launched and it was being governed out there in the public. Parliament did not ask a question. Right now, there's the Housing Fund, Housing Levy. Are there regulations that Parliament has considered and approved for the management of the housing levy? And yet the housing levy is already being deducted. Those are 2 instances where, so yes, Parliament has sat, you have sat in parliamentary group, you have agreed that this is how it shall happen, this will be the governance framework, but without the governance framework, the fund is being operationalized and Parliament is quiet.
I told you earlier, Eric, and I didn't want to go into details, but now that you've asked that question, unfortunately, I'll be forced, though albeit with a lot of caution, that the only pressure I get from William Ruto as majority leader, and the same I'm sure Ichungo can say, is on delivery time of the bills that come to Parliament. That many times it's say, good people, perhaps a month, 2 months, 3 months sometimes in some of these bills, has taken too long. Can you conclude on the process? Make a determination either way.
Yeah.
Why? How did we get there? Because of that Hustler Fund experience. That people raised the similar questions that you're raising. That by the time Parliament was considering those regulations, already there had been a launch and many of these things had happened. Then later on you come to rectify and you said, That's not how we want to run this administration. And from Parliament's point, when we put down our foot, since then, nothing similar has happened. The housing fund that you're mentioning, remember, it's deduction based on the Finance Act. The regulations that we are awaiting, that I have told you now are in the process of being concluded, and that I've told you we had a serious debate about it in our parliamentary group meetings. And there were amendments. I've just given you one of the factors that was amended on cost per unit and why it needed to be brought down and the calculations. That will dictate how the program will eventually be rolled out, the funds that are now being collected. But as it is, I think with 2-3 months, I think 2 months now collection, this will be the third month. Nothing has been expensed. I'm safer.
So how do you know
because
this?
I know this because for a fact that there is no program that has been funded directly out of the collections of this levy and issued out and say this is a process or these are the proceeds from the housing fund. Because as it is today, the accounting officer, who's the permanent secretary or whatever board that will be created by regulations, doesn't have the instruments to access that particular funding. What is being done right now, which is a fine thing, is that the fund is being built to get to levels where, I don't know, I haven't checked how much was collected in the first month and the second month. But on month one, it cannot be sufficient for it to roll out the program to the scale that they envision. Many of these things, many of the ones that you see being rolled out are from the previous collection. Remember, this one that is mandatory began 2 months ago. But before the mandatory one, there is the contributory one where people were... the Bomayangu.
Yep.
Many of those, the regulations for those ones are in existence. And those are the ones that you see the president continue to launch in every other time. Or some of them are funded by government institution.
So why is Parliament playing catch-up? That's the question. Parliament is supposed to be providing oversight, doing the legislation and then providing oversight. Parliament is playing catch-up and seeming to explain away the mistakes.
It's not catch-up. It will only be catch-up if the funds are expensed, then the regulations do come.
They are already being deducted.
No, it's deduction.
Where are they
you see
going?
deduction at the end of the day. What is the real intention? Is to build a fund that you will deploy to be able to run out this housing program. As it is today, it hasn't been expensed. What you did by us creating passing the law in the Finance Act is that we created the enabling mechanism for government to
collection.
collect. What we are awaiting from Ministry of Housing right now are the regulations, which I know in due course, perhaps it should be before both houses of Parliament for consideration and either approval or rejection, amendment, whatever way form that they'll take before they can begin to expense. What would be a problem, and you'd be right to criticize if we did then, is if we allowed those funds to be used presently before the regulations are passed. And that one, there'll be no excuse from our end if we allowed it to happen.
I'm going to just be a bit pedantic on this particular matter.
Yeah.
There's experience of the National Treasury playing picky-ponky with the Petroleum Development Levy.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
And the Sports Fund Levy.
Yes.
The Sports Fund.
Yes.
Where money that's supposed to be going into this kitty ends up paying salaries and allowances and whatever.
Yeah, that's true.
How do we know that this National Treasury is not playing the same games with the money that has been collected for the housing fund?
It's for us to find out now as Parliament, because we have this is the second month of collection, and perhaps at the next interaction, because the two cabinet secretaries that I've told you haven't appeared before us is a cabinet secretary for National Treasury and the one for sports. And perhaps that's a question that we need to ask the next time he appears before us, that just give an assurance to Kenyans that for the last 2 months of collection of housing fund, that the fund is intact and nothing of it will be touched until the regulations are passed and the programs are rolled out.
Assurances are inadequate. There must be evidence that they're intact, because politicians will give assurance.
That is me as a politician, but
Yes.
I don't expect the same of a cabinet secretary.
Oh, they're worse. They're worse.
They're worse than us.
They're worse because you can't be sacked.
Yeah.
Them, they can be sacked.
Yeah.
So they'll give assurance, anything that will ensure that their positions are safe. And they will say. So evidence of what is being asked must be provided.
The good thing is that because of the beauty of our constitution, it will take more than the national treasury to actually have those funds utilized. Remember, there's the office of the controller of budget as well. I'm not sure how confident we still are in light of the WhatsApp fiascos, but at least maybe, because people are human anyway, and sometimes we criticize people and don't appreciate that even in offices, people learn and they get better at things. I don't believe that she still takes instructions on WhatsApp anymore. Yeah.
Okay. Senator, thank you very much for that. Aaron Cheriot is the Senate Majority Leader. He is from Kericho County. Iko luncheon, tupatie, hujakuja na invitation? You haven't been invited.
Uliza sijasikia popote kama kuna chochote. So in case I hear, I have your 3 numbers.
Yes.
Each of you will get a personalized invite.
Very good. Yeah. Thank you very much. Keep it here for more conversations. Good morning, 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. The Council of Governors Chairperson Anne Waiguru has asked the Kenya Medical Practitioners and the Dentists Union to hold on the planned doctor strike as various stakeholders address their issue. Speaking during the launch of the County Health Workers Scholarship Scheme, Waiguru called on the medics to be more sensitive to the current economic state in the country and put the lives of Kenyans first. The COG chair said the doctors should be alive to the fact that the country inherited huge debt and had a big burden of servicing the health facilities. Kakamega Governor Fernandez Baraza has announced a reorganization of his cabinet in a bid to bolster service delivery. Governor Baraza in a memo said the changes will take effect immediately, signifying a commitment to optimizing the county's governance structure for the benefit of its residents. The Kakamega County boss stripped his deputy Ayub Savula of the title of Chief Executive Committee Member for Trade, Industrialization and Tourism. Savula will now retain his position as Deputy Governor and will further be tasked with coordinating activities in all ministries and their subsequent departments. In the said ministry, Governor Barasa has now nominated Zacchaeus Muya Lutomia, whose official appointment to the role is contingent upon the vetting by the County Assembly. The Director of Education in Turkana County, Henry Lubanga, has asked parents in the county to send their children to school when they reach the appropriate age, otherwise they will face legal action. There are allegations that many parents in the county have abandoned their children by giving them responsibilities of herding livestock, and some are married off early.
Kwa hivyo nataka kuwahimiza Waturkana, si Waturkana peke yao, Wakenya wengi hawajaenda shule, kwamba peleke watoto wetu shuleni kama wako katika umri mzuri, watoe katika zile laga waende shule. Tuko na sheria kuanzia katiba yetu ambayo imetupatia nguvu kushika mzazi ambaye apeleki mtoto shule, lakini hatutaka kukushika kuwa na mtoto ambaye amefikisha miaka kwenda shule. Tafadhali.
His statement has been supported by the County Commissioner Jacob Ouma.
Wana County Director of Education, watoto wataenda shule. Na kama iko mtu anazuia huyo nani, wapi watu yangu, sisi hiyo. Serikali inasema mtoto haki yake ni nini na nini. Kwa hivyo kama mzazi hawezi kupeleka yeye shule, tunaweza rogota hiyo mzazi. Ndugu, umesikia? Enda ongea na watu yenu. Enda ongea na nyinyi Turkana, waambie watoto waende. Kwa sababu tutaanza kurogotana na kujaza watu kwa lori ile sura mbaya.
The Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization KALRO has urged farmers, especially in maize-growing regions, to harvest early before the projected El Nino rains in order to avoid losses. Speaking at the KALRO farm in Naivasha, Director General Eliud Kireger said that they are currently trying to engage over 5 million farmers in the harvesting process, and that this would give the farmers a chance to dry their maize in advance to save their produce from aflatoxin. The Kenya Meteorological Department last month warned of a 99% likelihood of high rainfall across parts of the country as El Nino returns this year. Amidst the heated ongoing debate among Kenyans regarding the creation of more than 5 counties, Kitui Governor Julius Malombe has weighed into the discussion in full support of it, as well as rooting for the creation of Mwingi County. Governor Malombe argued that the larger Mwingi region, which comprises 3 constituencies, Mwingi North, Mwingi Central and Mwingi West, has every requisite capacity of being a county on its own. Taking into comparison with other devolved units like Lamu and Samburu, Malombe has pointed out that Mwingi has more inhabitants than the said two counties. The Rwandan government has signed an agreement with a Canadian-German startup to build an experimental nuclear reactor, saying it would help reduce use of fossil fuels in the African nation. The reactor will be ready for testing in 2026, according to Dual Fluid Energy, the startup responsible for building the prototype. Rwanda's Minister of Infrastructure, Ernest Nsabimana, said the use of nuclear power would provide a stable and reliable source of electricity, reducing dependence on fossil fuels and helping to meet growing energy demands. Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, bowing to pressure from his party's hard right, gave the go-ahead for an impeachment investigation into U.S. President Joe Biden. The business dealings in Ukraine and China by Biden's 53-year-old son Hunter, while his father was vice president under Barack Obama, have been a constant target of Republicans. Hunter Biden, a recovering drug addict, is currently under investigation by a Justice Department special counsel for possible tax evasion and is expected to be charged by the end of this month on a firearms violations. However, he has not been charged with crimes related to his foreign business dealings, and no credible evidence has emerged so far that the president was involved in anything illegal. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, a few minutes after 9 o'clock, and we're just looking at probably the tail end of traffic now. Whatever is happening on Langati Road has more or less eased, and we're looking at some traffic then heading out from Rilo Dingo through towards Gong Road. That's outbound traffic. Keeping an eye on that. Coming in from the Thika Superhighway, that's pretty heavy. Coming in towards the CBD, that still continues. And we're looking at traffic coming out of Westlands. Probably getting to the end of traffic hour. Well, let's just keep an eye on things and see how that happens closer towards 9:30, shall we? And then let's talk in the meantime on Spice FM KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Let's have some tea.
Sure.
How do you like your tea?
Hot.
Mm-hmm. And creamy.
Full cream.
Full cream.
Yes.
I can tell you only one solution. Mm-hmm. Dairy Best.
Is it?
Oh, yes.
How so?
It's creamy.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
And it can be served hot?
Yes, and it can be served hot.
Fantastic.
And you can put it in tea.
And I can have it anytime?
Anytime, any day, anywhere.
As much as I want?
As much as you want.
Okay.
Just walk into any shop, any supermarket across the country. Go look for Dairy Best. You'll find it. All right? And they say, chai kweli, ni Dairy Best.
I got you.
Yeah.
I'm on it.
You know this whole habit of tea. Have tea everywhere, at any time of any day.
They got it. They're the ones who know. It's really a Kenyan thing.
Yeah, it's a Kenyan thing.
Yeah.
It's chai. Yeah.
So if you're gonna have tea all the time,
it's a mark of
Might
hospitality.
as well do it best.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Yes. Chai kweli, the Dairy Best. Our next guest is Leonard Kafafa. Leonard is a communications consultant. He's an aviation commentator. He's a regular columnist on the Standard. There's an article that you've written, and it's been published in today's paper, isn't it, Leonard? There's something here. What are you talking about today?
Being in the zone,
Yeah.
essentially. there comes a time when even the most, how do I put it? Even the most ordinary athlete gets into the zone and beats even more established athletes. Yeah, so my article is about getting into the zone. And as a country, I feel we are now getting into the zone because we are becoming continental leaders. We are taking leadership of the continent, setting the tone for conversations on the continent, evidenced by the just concluded climate summit, where Kenya played a lead role.
Right. Yeah, I see actually the headline here is Ruto has clearly become Africa's de facto leader. Made him king.
Well, he's made himself king. Yeah, he's elevated himself on the continental stage, and there we have it.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
You like tea as well, I'm sure.
Yes, I'm a tea person.
Chai na
I'm the
maziwa.
quintessential Kenyan.
You're the Kenyan.
Kabisa.
Chai na maziwa.
Chai na maziwa.
Na maziwa mingi.
Kabisa.
Not a tea, that thing of a tea.
Sio
A drop of cream.
Ile.
Hata si drop ni kama maziwa ilikuwa natembelea kwa mbali. Na maji ndio nyingi.
No, chai ni lazima iwe maziwa. Kabisa. Yeah. City, why don't you welcome Leonard with the day's proverb?
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week are from the country of Sierra Leone. To try and fail is not laziness.
To try and fail is not laziness.
It's not laziness.
Try and fail, not laziness.
No, it isn't.
Leonard, what's your interpretation of this proverb?
Well, somebody has to put in effort. I mean, you'd rather put in effort towards some task than not do it at all. Yeah, not doing at all is now the definition of laziness going by that proverb. So you have to try, you have to do something.
So it's like the Wahenga of Sierra Leone were trying to discourage just lazy laggards from their community.
Absolutely. Well, Africa never had time for laggards. Yeah, the Africa of old never had time for laggards. We woke up working, went to sleep tired after a full day's work.
It's a hamster's life. Just constantly like...
Yes and no. Yes and no. It was orderly because there was a time for everything. You knew when to go to work. You knew when to take time off. You knew when to relax. All these you knew. But you couldn't go throughout the day without working. You were going to work, whether you liked it or not.
You had to do something.
You were going to do something. And the roles were assigned. You knew. As a small child, your job, very small, very young, you look after goat and sheep. You're slightly older, you look after the calves. When you're older, you look after the cows. Like that. There was always that process. Even when it comes to tilling the land, you're at a certain age, you'll be given a small portion of land to twiddle around with. And so forth and so forth. I mean, these rules were clear.
Right.
Yes.
I agree with that.
Inculcating the culture of working.
Yes.
And hard work.
Yes.
Try and fail, you're okay. You are not lazy.
That's the process of actually learning.
That's the process
trying
of learning.
And hopefully failing, because it is argued that failure teaches you a far more profound lesson than actually success.
Right. Leonard, are you a pilot?
I'm not a pilot.
You commented a lot about, the aviation industry and all. I mean, why the interest? Did you want to be a pilot when I grow up, I want to be a pilot?
Just like every other little boy here who is fascinated by machines. I was fascinated by planes from childhood. And it so happened that in the course of what I did, I traveled quite a lot. I've racked quite a number of, a few million air miles over the past 25 years, traveling around the world. And I now consider myself something of an aviation commentator. Yeah.
Why?
Interest. I mean, you're in these machines, you have to look around and see how they work, get to know about them, talk to people who are involved in running them. And then at some point or the other, you begin to talk to the management of some of these organizations that put these machines in the air. But coming closer home, I mean, Kenya Airways is one of our iconic institutions. And it behooves us as Kenyans to be interested in it, to take pride in what it is, and to interrogate issues that affect it.
Yeah.
Including performance, past and present, see where we've gone off the rails, and see what we can do to bring it back on track. Yeah.
This has been a conversation across for many years, Kenya Airways, from the good old days to the turbulent times to now, where recently the company announced that, we have reported an operating profit.
Right.
But we're still getting a net loss. What's happening. And of course, the entire conversation was, all right, so is it a profit? Is it a loss? Are you guys just telling us things? Are you heading back to profitability? Do you still want taxpayers to put more money into this thing? Why must we do that? When you look at the performance of this airline over the last, say, 20 years or so, where are we at now? If you were to do a curve, are we still heading down south?
I think we're in a good place now, finally. For the first time in over 6 years, we can say this light at the end of the tunnel. And the operating profit that was recently announced is evidence of that. KQ, let me give you a bit of history. KQ did very well at some point in time, about 10, 12, 13 years ago. And the management then decided to expand the airline, to grow it. Because in aviation, big is always beautiful. When you have a big airline, obviously economies of scale benefits accrue to you, and a lot of other, your network is expanded, your reach is more, you have more footprint all over the world, and that translates to revenues, good revenues and good performance. So the expansion then, the Project Mawingu, as it was called, was a good thing. But it ran into headwinds.
Mawingu ran into headwinds.
Yes,
that's right.
So there are many factors that sort of collided and put a spanner in the works. Some of them, the fault of a poor decisional process. Others, just outright bad luck. When I talk about bad luck, we're talking about things like the fact that KQ was supposed to be the launch pad for the Dreamliner in Africa, and for some reason there was a delay, and the Dreamliners came in much, much later than anticipated. I think close to 2 or 3 years late. And they were instrumental in the expansion drive. They were a necessary cog in that expansion drive. And then we had other things like the Westgate terror attack that decimated the market share that we had from Europe. We had things like the fire that burnt the arrivals terminal at Jomo Kenyatta. I think that affected even our bid to get Category 1 status, which would have enabled us to fly into the US at that time. We had things like the Ebola virus in West Africa. At that time, then West Africa was a very significant cog in our network. And when we stopped flying to West Africa because of Ebola, it affected the KQ's profitability. So there were other things, of course, things occasioned by human error, like the fact that KQ got its instruments, some of its instruments wrong. The instruments behind fuel hedging and foreign exchange hedging, they got those ones horrendously wrong, and it led to the decline of KQ.
When you say we got it wrong, how do you get such things wrong? Because I would assume that if an airline has been in existence for as long as we have, you have people who understand this hedging, and yes, you can stray, but it appears we didn't stray. We took permanent residence.
Let me talk about forex fluctuations. Let me talk about the global price of crude oil, because those are the things that we hedged against. Those are really unpredictable variables. You can't really predict. I mean, at some point you think you know it, and then they sort of throw you a curveball, and you go totally off track. So we hedged against rising fuel prices, basically trying to hold the price of crude over our fuel steady against rising global prices. And then the worst happened. Instead of rising, they took a dip. And it's the same thing with the forex, as you can presently see. It's very difficult to predict the direction that our foreign exchange is taking. I mean, we started the year at about 100 and something, 120 thereabouts, 130. Now we're at 150, and there's no telling when
the slide will stop.
Yeah, when the slide will stop.
200.
At 200, then we shall start again.
It may change. It may change because a lot of the depreciation of our shilling at the moment is largely driven by the fact that the US has made its treasury bills very attractive, and there's been capital flight. People have been moving dollars away from emerging markets such as ours to the US. So if you look at Africa, basically currencies are sliding downward because it's more attractive now to invest in US treasury. But that has been because US has been trying to contain their inflation.
Their own inflation.
So when they get that right, when they finally contain the inflation, I think the slide will stop. So we may not get to 200. We may not get. But again, that's a conversation that is very difficult to predict.
I hear what you're saying. I still continue to have an issue, especially when we talk about factors that are not peculiar to Kenya. A foreign exchange dip will happen in any country.
Correct.
World phenomena such as COVID happened to the world. Ebola happened to a section of the world, but then everybody else saw the effects of it. So if somebody were to ask about the thing that has been ailing Kenya Airways, we can talk about a contribution of all of these factors. But is there something peculiar to this airline that has caused the problem, aside from the management decisions that probably were not too colorful when it came to the expansion and some of these other things and the hedging, etc., etc.? But is there something else that somebody will be able to look at and say, you know what, this is what has caused the bleed, and this is where we can put a stopper to it? Because if you don't handle that, we can be talking about the same thing for years to come. So has there been an identification truly of what the problem was when you started to see the decline? Because anybody could complain. The other airlines, which for me are on the same place, the other airlines who went through the problems of COVID around the world somehow managed to find a way. Airlines in this region who also felt the hit because of the world phenomena maybe did not go through some of the same problems. So there must be something peculiar, something that has happened or continues to happen that has stopped this light. And that's another question that I had. This light that we're seeing at the end of the tunnel, is it a dim light? Is it flickering? Is it really on that you can go through this tunnel?
Is it red?
This is where we're going. What color is this light? And are we getting there, you know? But what really happened? And has it been possible to put a finger on it and say, all right, this is it, and we can get rid of this thing?
Good question. Let me put it this way. All these issues that we've discussed that precipitated the downward slide of Kenya Airways can be conflated in one simple phrase: legacy debt. Because we put in an inordinate amount of money to fund our expansion, and that expansion did not come to bear. So that left us with a huge debt. I think over $1.2 billion, if I'm not wrong.
Okay.
And debt ordinarily is supposed to fund an expansion that pays for itself. When you have debt that does not fund that kind of expansion that pays itself, it leaves you with a hole. And that hole then carries over year in, year out. So that is the problem of Kenya Airways in one phrase: legacy debt.
Was there mismanagement? And I can go just ahead and ask that question directly, because I'll give you an example. Nigeria Airways, if you ask me what happened to Nigeria, I'll tell you they mismanaged it, they ate the money, and they ate the airline. They ate the airline until everything that was left down to the hangars, we finished it and mismanaged it to the ground completely, and that was the problem.
And the tires are now riding wheelbarrows.
In fact, we even have to ask Ethiopian Airlines to give us a plane, then we paint it green, white, green. I can tell you that's what the problem was. This, you're saying it was a debt issue, and then now trying to catch up?
Yeah, I can tell you for free. I mean, basically from what what is already in the public domain, that there was definitely malfeasance on the part of some actors in Kenya Airways.
Okay.
I think about 5 billion shillings was misappropriated. The matter is in court, still active in court. We can't really talk much about it because that would be sub judice. That I can tell you happened, but even then, that was not enough. 5 billion shillings was not enough to sink KQ to where it is at the moment. I still maintain that it is a debt that did not
wasn't supported by the growth.
That's right. That did not support the growth, and that left us in a hole. And we still have to sort out that debt. Now, to answer your other question about why we are different from other airlines in the region that have also had debt, that have also had Ebola, I would say that other airlines are very well supported by their governments.
Okay.
Let's talk about COVID, because that's closer home, and most people can relate to that. KQ stopped flying during COVID for about a year, thereabout. Meant no revenues were coming in. It exacerbated the hole that it already was in. But so did other airlines. Other airlines stopped flying as well. Emirates stopped, Qatar stopped, Rwanda Air stopped. Virtually any airline that you can think of around the world came to a standstill.
Yep.
But when these airlines resumed, they had massive support from the governments.
What does support mean?
Pumping in money, basically. And we're not talking of a few hundred million shillings. We are talking of billions. Take the example of Emirates, because that is touted as one of the models of success around the globe. The Emirati government pumped in 4 billion shillings. Yeah, in a loan.
Post-COVID.
Post-COVID. Yeah, to fund the recovery and to fund their growth. 4 billion shillings.
Okay.
Talk about Qatar. Qatar has. By the way, Qatar had never broken even until 2021. Since inception, government kept pumping in money. It's only in 2021 that they turned an operating profit for the very first time. Talk about Singapore Airlines, because Singapore is also touted as a model of success. The government of Singapore pumped in 19 billion shillings.
Shillings or dollars?
19 billion dollars to support post-COVID activities and to fund the growth of the airline. You talk about a BA had support. You talk about American carriers. United got, I think, about 9 billion shillings in support.
Dollars.
Yeah, sorry. I'm so used to shillings.
Let's just say that if you say shillings, we know you're saying dollars.
I'm talking about dollars,
Okay.
yes. Yeah.
Dollar shillings, yes.
United got about 9 billion dollars worth of support. The entire US industry got 56 billion billion dollars, sorry, worth of support. So these are the figures that we are talking about. Rwanda, right next door, is funding its aviation growth, and it's spending about $2 billion to fund that growth. Now, KQ has over the years been asking for $3 billion, just $3 billion. And one of the things
that's 300 billion shillings.
Yes. But when you look at it compared
devolution budget.
When you look at it compared to other airlines around the world that have been touted as models of success, it's a drop in the ocean. It is really. I mean, if you compare one.
How much did Kenya Airways get post-COVID?
Oh, it's gotten, I don't even think it's gotten anything in terms of shillings. I don't think it has gotten anything close to 160 or 70 billion shillings. Now I'm talking about shillings this time. In dollars, that would be like what? About
100 million.
Yeah.
But let me ask this question. You know, when we say that the debt we had was not supported adequately by output, now those are my words. So we took money to expand the fleet. What did we get wrong? There's a reason why I'm asking this question. In an earlier time, in the time of somebody called Brian Davis, when we went public and we privatized, the story of airlines was very interesting then. Airlines were failing all over the world. Very well-known airlines were failing. Yet, over a period of time, Kenya Airways got to a point where they were actually making very serious money. And it was profitable, and it was a preferred airline. Now, that was an investment. Somehow, things worked and that airline was working. Now, when we then come to a time when we are spending a lot of money, how should we have spent this money in order for us to recoup our investment before COVID? Because clearly we did something we shouldn't have done. And so the backlash is what we are saying brought about this problem. What did we do wrong?
If we are to put a finger on the problem of where we went wrong, our fault as Kenyans, it was in the delay of the delivery of the Dreamliners. Because prior to the Dreamliners, we had the we had the old 777, the aging 777s, and we had the 767s, and we had a couple of 737s as well, and they were aging.
And there were many Embraers. Yes,
but that was before even the Embraers. But that fleet, the fleet that we had then, was operationalized optimally. It served very well, covered all the routes that we needed to cover, and we were making money. But looking ahead, because in aviation you always have to plan ahead, and aviation plans typically take about 10 years. You plan 10 years ahead to renew your fleet and that sort of thing. So looking ahead, we needed to renew our fleet because the planes that we had were old. Take, for instance, the 767s. They did not have the amenities that the modern passenger,
the modern traveler
requires. Like the entertainment was, if you'd ever traveled in them, was just one big screen in the middle of the plane,
playing tape.
That forced you to watch the movie of the day. The plane itself was pretty noisy. The seating wasn't that comfortable. So those are the things that we needed to take into consideration as we planned for the future. Because had we continued with the obsolete equipment, it would have decimated our market, would have lost out to the competition. So that is what necessitated the move to bring more modern planes, the Dreamliners. Unfortunately, when we let go of the old planes, and the Dreamliners took a little long to be delivered.
So we had a gap.
We had a gap.
Where we didn't have sufficient fleet.
Yes, we did have sufficient fleet. Then we tried, then brings me to the other question, we tried to make up for the gap by bringing in some, I think 3 or 4 777s. But these ones now were different from the earlier 777s. The earlier 777s were Dash 200, 322-seater planes. We brought in a 777-300, which were 400-seater planes. Problem arose because we could never fill those planes. They were way too huge. And any time you travel with a seat that is unsold on a plane, it means you're making a loss.
That's a loss.
It's a loss.
What's the capacity of the Dreamliner?
Dreamliner is about 234, if I'm not wrong. So it's optimal for our networks.
For the kind of network
that we have. For the kind of
have.
businesses that the destinations that we need to cover. That's optimal for the footprint.
So what led to getting the 777-300s? Was it that this is what is available in the market and you guys don't have planes anyway, so get these ones?
Yes.
Or was it a decision like, we are a big airline?
Yeah, as I said, there was a delay. We blundered someplace, somewhere. I don't have specific details of exactly what led to the delay because we were meant to have been the launch pad for the 787 on the continent. So there was a delay that lasted about 3 years before we got our delivery of 787.
3-year delay?
Yes.
This guy spares,
so
by the way.
that is what really messed us up. Yeah. If we had to assign a fault to Kenya Airways as an institution, that is what it is.
I want to ask this question. When you talk of a fleet, has Kenya Airways ever had an optimal cargo fleet?
Not quite. And I'll answer it this way because I've talked to a few people in cargo. Cargo is, contrary to what people say, yes, cargo can be very profitable, but it can also be a very dicey business because when you take an example of Kenya, for instance, where we export a lot of our tea and coffee, our flowers, our cut flowers, and that sort of thing, that export is one way. We fill the plane and the plane goes out one way. But what happens when you need to come back the other way, from, say, London, from, say, Pakistan, or from wherever we take our cargo. What happens when you need to come back? You also need to fill the plan for you to optimize that operation. But we seldom have cargo coming back this way.
What do you mean? We're a net importer.
Yes,
Where does it all come from?
but what do we import, say, from Afghanistan, where we send our tea? Yeah, the plane goes to Afghanistan. But what we bring back from Afghanistan, or from Pakistan, for that matter, there are places where we import from, of course. But those are the places where we don't send our avocados.
Okay,
or our
so
tea.
which airline takes our tea to Afghanistan?
No, we put a lot of tea in the bellies of some of our planes that go, say, to India.
Okay.
Where, we can then be moved on to Pakistan.
Okay.
There are other cargo carriers specifically for cargo, say like Martinair, like DAS, which also move volumes from here. But now the way those cargo planes operate is slightly different from, say, the way Kenya Airways would operate, because these are dedicated freighters. They are hired from wherever they come from, say the US or the Europe, to bring in mining equipment, say for DRC or for other parts of the continent. So
on their way back,
the round trip is already paid up for by the people who fund this, who cargo this mining equipment. So them going back is basically, and picking cargo for me is basically surplus for them. Yeah, it's surplus for them.
It's like those trucks going back to Mombasa and carrying
exactly potatoes and the likes.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's how it works. That's why their cargo rates are significantly cheaper than anything that Kenya Airways would support profitably.
70 pocket money a pilot.
Yeah.
Let's take a break. 25 minutes to 10, Kenya's biggest conversation. We're discussing the Kenya Airways recovery path. What does it mean? How's it looking like? What does it need? What kind of support does it need? Does it need any? That is why we have Leonard Kafafa. He is an aviation commentator. He's a communication specialist. He's been looking at airlines and studying these things for a while, and he's also looked at the story of Kenya Airways. So we're just sharing. Time for that break. Let's take a look at the weather and traffic, and then some business news. Back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
At 17, mostly cloudy conditions in Nairobi, highs of 23 and lows of 13, and we'll see lows of 14 in a sunny Nakuru, going to highs of 27. It's partly sunny at 18 in Nyeri, highs of 24 and lows of 14, and we'll see lows of 13 in a sunny Eldoret at 18, going to highs of 24. The sun is up at 27 in Mombasa, highs of 30 and lows of 23, and we'll see lows of 23 in Malindi, where it's sunny at 27, going to highs of 30. 23 and sunny in Kisumu, highs of 30 and lows of 18, and we'll see lows of 16 in a sunny Kakamega, going to highs of 28. It's a sunny day in Kampala at 22, and it's sunny as well at 27 in Dar es Salaam. 9 degrees and sunny in Johannesburg, highs of 18 and lows of 6, and it's mostly cloudy at Lagos at 25, going to highs of 29. We'll see highs of 34 in a mostly cloudy Kinshasa at 23. Looking into a sunny Beijing, it's 27 degrees, and it's cloudy at 17 in Paris, while it's cloudy at 15 in London. Cloudy at 24 in New York, still Tuesday night. Coming into Wednesday, we'll see highs of 25 and lows of 18.
What are your goals for future study? High academic standards, amazing learning environment, multicultural communities? Well, the Study in Japan Global Network brings you the Study in Japan Fair for Kenya 2023 for students.
A little bit of it left on Jogo Road as you go out towards Landis. It's heavy trying to get to the Kamkunji roundabout from Landis. And on Huru Highway, we're seeing the dregs of that as you approach Haile Selassie at the junction. Going out towards Westlands shouldn't be too difficult right about now. That Pangani underpass coming in from Muthaiga Square, still a bit of an issue. Probably be there for a little bit longer. But we should be fine coming out of all of this. Traffic hour has not been too bad this Wednesday. Looking forward to the rest of the day. Talk to us through it on Spice FMKE on X.
Business News with Spice FM.
I'm Dennis Aseto. Kenyan small businesses will seek to attract Chinese tech firms at the upcoming Kenya International Industry Expo. The 6th Expo will take place from September 21st to 23rd at the Sarit Expo in Nairobi, themed spurring the economic growth and transformation in Kenya through technology. This year's event has been organized by AfriPic Expo Kenya Limited in partnership with the Kenya Investments Authority and the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Kenyans living in the diaspora will now be able to access Absa Bank Kenya services remotely. The lender will allow Kenyans in the diaspora to access savings and payment options through their smartphones, tablets or computers. Remittances have supported Kenya's GDP, with recent statistics from the Central Bank of Kenya showing that they have increased by 3.65% as of May 2023, amounting to $352.1 million. Opposition-led civil unrest that occurred between the months of March and July this year pushed up the cost of healthcare in the country. This is according to a new report squeezing already struggling Kenyans amid high inflation. A study released by the Health Federation and Smart Applications International indicates that consultation, procedure, medication, radiology and laboratory tests, as well as consumables, increased in the affected areas of Nairobi, Kisumu and Mombasa. Egypt has said that Ethiopia's filling of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam reservoir without a consensus with Egypt and Sudan, the two downstream countries, is a violation of the Declaration of Principles, previously signed tripartite deal. Ethiopia's Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed announced on social media X, formerly known as Twitter, the completion of the fourth and final filling of the Gad reservoir. For Spice Business, I'm Dennis Aseto.
Spice FM Business. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
He was talking about Kenya Airways, the recovery, also comparing it with other airlines across the globe and how they've been performing. So you've talked about, a combination of many factors that led the airline to where it went to, right?
Right.
Some of those things were completely beyond the management's control. Some things you could look back and see this was management decision making. But is there a possibility of another stakeholder also playing a role in this? Staff themselves?
Let me get it.
Stakeholders like airline pilots going on strike, pilots demanding strike, pilots demanding higher pay at a time, cabin crew, engineers. Is there anything that we could say, all right, because of the actions of this critical sectors of staff or cadres of staff, they also are coming in and adding into the perfect storm?
Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that obviously industrial action is detrimental to the running of an enterprise, any enterprise, particularly when that industrial action is drawn out and particularly when resolution does not seem to be in sight anywhere. And we saw that happen last year when pilots went on strike for 3 days. There were no services from KQ, and we kept losing, I think, something to the tune of about 300 million shillings every day. Obviously, that is detrimental to the running of the airline. But no, in the sense that whereas, yes, there's been industrial action in the past, it's not so detrimental as to sink KQ into the kind of hole that it has found itself in the past. And that industrial action, just like last year's, has always been managed. They've always come to a compromise of sorts, and work has always moved on. Yeah.
I'm going to go back to that light at the end of the tunnel, because something must inform that. And looking at the numbers that we saw this year, it seems to put a glimmer of hope in the minds of a lot of people.
Correct.
And I'm sure the continent needs the success story of more than just one or two when it comes to airlines. We've seen South Africa go. We saw years ago where fleets in West Africa went down. What is the hope? What informs this that, okay, things are on the up and up?
Well, for like we've said, for the first time in 6 years, we've turned an operating profit, which shows that the business is viable. It's not a net profit, and we cannot turn a net profit until the legacy debt issue is resolved. As long as that is the elephant in the room, as long as you have the legacy debt, however you
much operating profit you make,
whatever operating profit you make, whatever operating efficiency you imbue in the airline, you will always make a net loss. But you still make a net profit, basically showing that whatever you put in, whatever you're using to sustain the airline in terms of employee salaries and that sort of thing, enables you to still have some money left over at the end of the day. You meet your expenses, your operating expenses. That is a good thing. So taking care of legacy debt is just the only thing now. That's why I say this light at the end of the tunnel. The management of KQ got into a project called Project Kifaru about 3 years ago, because at the time then, there was no hope, there was no glimmer of light whatsoever in terms of operating profit, and by extension, nothing in terms of net profitability. But after the workings of Project Kifaru, we now see that we've turned an operating profit, and there are different metrics that show you that indeed KQ is turning around. You look at the load factors on the plane.
What's that?
Yeah, load factors basically the number of people that are traveling on KQ, the number of passengers that you have on a plane, how the capacity that you have, over a given period of time. Yeah, so we have very favorable load factors. I think we are nearing the global average, in terms of what is acceptable. You look at the available seat kilometers, which is basically technical jargon for the capacity that has been deployed. Post-COVID, airlines began to open up gradually. Planes began to fly, limited capacity on limited routes. Now you have KQ basically getting back to its pre-COVID capacity. We have planes now up in the air, virtually all the planes, and we have more capacity. We are covering more destinations now than we were previously. So those are things that show you that KQ is turning around.
It's turning around.
Yeah, when you look at the revenues now that KQ is getting, I think there was an uplift of about 56 billion shillings, in terms of revenue. 56% rather of what was last year for the same period this year. That's something. The number of passengers, I think 2.1 million for the half year, compared to about 1.8 million shillings for the same period last year, shows you that things are happening. Something is happening.
I have to ask this question, though. There are those who say that the composition of a board is also very crucial to the running of a business. KQ board at the time of the Mawingu project and the borrowing, what role did they play in this fiasco that we keep referring to as legacy debt? Because that was the summation of it. And then when we look at the current board that we have, can they take credit for what is happening as we see as a turnaround? That's question number one. Question number two, there's a time back when there was some $1 billion or so that was supposed to have been borrowed from some Exim Bank for buying new aircrafts and engines. If indeed that loan was taken, and if indeed those aeroplanes were bought, and if indeed the engines were actually bought, where are they?
Okay, to answer your question, the first question to do with the board, yes, I mean, the composition of our board is good. I mean, as in, you need to have talent. The board needs to have talent that cuts across different sectors of the aviation industry, or management, basically. And yes, in the past, we had excellent boards that made great decisions that got KQ flying. Of course, there were issues, but subsequently, we had board members from KLM, which was a partner of KQ at the time, and who came and they had veto power, vetoed some of the decisions that would have benefited KQ, and ensured that lucrative routes that KQ had then were assigned to the KLM Air France side of the equation. Yes. So to that end, we had competent people on the board, but the decisions that they made were not in the interests of Kenya Airways. They were self-serving interests. Currently, yes, we have a great board. The function of a board is basically to set strategy, to give direction. The board is not involved in the day-to-day running of the company. That you leave to management. So we have a great board. It has a great strategy. Kifaru is part of the strategy. And we have a great management team in place that is executing that strategy. Seen in the fact that KQ is turning around. KQ is now looking at operational profitability. Yeah. And once a way has been found to retire the legacy debt, then KQ will return to net profitability.
Leonard, last week we hosted a pilot. Yeah. And he was talking about those two factors, the composition of the board. And you're saying, as pilots, many of them sit and say, an airline such as ours should have certain competencies at the board level. So people who understand the operations of an airline, those who understand the context of Kenya Airways. And he was arguing, we need to have a pilot on the board, a retired pilot. We have many who have served Kenya Airways for long in other areas. Maybe we need to have an engineer on the board. Then other stakeholders. Kenya Airways is making a lot of money from, for example, export of all these flowers and cut flowers and all. Why don't we have some of these private sector players who are representing specific interests sitting on the board? So the decisions that are being made are also informed by what the market needs. What do you say to that?
If a pilot who sat on the board figured a way out to retire the legacy debt, then I would say, by all means, have a pilot on board. But a pilot is, with all due respect, a glorified driver. With all due respect.
Mr. Kabahu, you're being unfair.
With all due respect. Why? Because his job is to move equipment from one point to the other.
Yes.
He doesn't know anything to do with finance.
He would not. He or she would not
he's a
have a
pilot.
vested stake.
Let me look at it. Let me look at this. Let me look at it this way. Let me look at it this way. I have a SACCO. I'm the head of a Matatu SACCO.
Yes.
Maybe I have like about 100 Matatus.
A fleet of 100.
Fleet of 100.
Yeah.
I need financing to expand my fleet to say 200 Matatus.
One expertise that you need.
So, of course, now I will go to my drivers or my head driver, or my manager, and ask him to recommend the kind of matatu that I will need, to serve my needs. But I will not look at him to guide me on procuring finances.
Why not?
From the bank.
If you have a table that has 7 seats, all right? So you'll have one person who understands finance and management.
Correct.
But also it's important that they have some context of finance and management in the transport sector.
Yeah.
Not somebody who has finance of farming coming to do finance, right? Would you also say that let me also have somebody who has actually plied these routes, who knows the routes, who knows when you talk about if the strategy is let's change this, he runs this particular...
And has sufficient interaction with other players in other parts of the world.
Yes.
That's why you need a board, a professional board in terms of whatever they do, and that's why you need managers. Now, from the management side is when you draw the expertise that you're looking for, which KQ has. I mean, look at the managers they have. They have an operations director. He's part of the management team. He does not sit on the board, but he's part of the management team. He's a pilot with 17,000 hours, flying hours experience. That's a very experienced guy.
But can you imagine...
Most of the guys in KQ have, say, about 7,000 flying hours.
Can you imagine this very experienced pilot being made to implement a strategy that has been made by a matatu driver?
Or someone who's on the board and they are a banker because they've lent Kenya Airways money, or someone who's on the board and the chairman of some commodity that is exported. So
you need to look at the problem that KQ faces, and you need to structure your board accordingly. The problem with KQ right now is not operations. If it was operations, like I'm saying, then you'd need a pilot on board to handle the problem.
Clearly,
the problem
it has been operations for a while.
The problem.
That's why they are turning an operating profit for the first time in very many years.
The problem is finance. And the reason why they had problems with operations is because they had debt. You operate, but the revenues that you get are not enough to service the debt. That is why they have people who have experience in structuring finance, the financial aspects of the airline. Yeah, that's why you have experienced negotiators now who will go to the lessors and talk to them and say, look, this is the contract that we have, and this is what we propose that you do so that we are able to service that contract. So it's a win-win for everyone. I can guarantee you,
Mr. Kafafa,
unless a pilot has gone to business school, he will not have that expertise.
Mr.
Sitting on the
Kafafa,
board. Sitting on the board.
Yeah, but
I can guarantee you that.
But you're assuming that just because someone is a pilot, they don't have any other expertise except that of flying the plane. Surely, is that assumption a fair assumption?
No. I mean, when they have other aspects of expertise, then they are put in the management team. I have just given an example.
But you're limiting.
I've given you an example of the current director of operations, who was headhunted for the unique skill set that he brings.
You see,
yeah. And he's turning around the operations of the company. So he's useful. He's useful at that point. Yeah.
Look, I'm looking at an organization like, say, NSSF, and I'm looking at how that board, people who head unions end up in that board of NSSF. You know why? Because it's people who contribute to
representing a critical stakeholder.
Exactly. Now, how then do you leave pilots? They're a critical stakeholder, if you ask me. I don't know even how to look at it.
Their voice is represented already by the fact that they're in the management team. That is where we need them. Let me look at it this way.
Flip it.
When you look at the board of KQ as currently composed, where do you see any issue? Do you find any issues with the board of KQ as currently composed?
Yeah, there's lack of piloting expertise.
Yes. No, what will piloting expertise do to the board? How will it retire the legacy debt? Because that is the problem.
No.
The problem is the legacy debt.
That is the major problem. It's a main problem. All right.
Yeah.
As you now start thinking about what else, how else do we make this thing lean? How else do we make this thing work better? So you'll have all these other expertise. You'll have financial expertise coming in. What's wrong with having one of those, an engineer, a pilot, sitting on the board as well? And this is somebody who's coming, maybe the same way you're saying, the current operations director, about that person actually sitting on the board and giving that experience and saying, guys, I have been up in the air for many years. I have talked to very many pilots. I've studied many airlines. They're also, remember, when they were a small boy, just like Leonard Kafafa, they wanted to be up in the air. They're enthusiasts.
Yeah.
They ended up working in this as pilot, but they are enthusiasts. The same way you are an enthusiast, yet you're a communications person.
And maybe what you had mentioned before.
Let me say, before you go any further, there's an American expression to the effect that if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It's broke.
It's not broken.
This one is broken.
It's not broken. It's working. It was broken in the past. It was fixed by the current board and management team.
Okay.
That is why we are turning an operating profit. It was broken in the past. No doubt about it. Between 2013 and say 2019, when the current board and management team came into place, it was broken.
Can I ask?
Now it is working. Why are we trying to refix something that isn't broken?
Let me ask a question. Yeah. One of the things that you had said previously was that there could have been a decision that was made about expansion that perhaps was I can't remember the word that you used, but it was a management faux pas in terms of the buying of new airline or equipment, right?
Yeah.
Would you see a situation like that whereby maybe somebody who sat in an advisory role would be able to say, no, guys, we've been up in the air for the last 10 years. We had interaction generally across the world, and maybe this would be the way in which you go, because it was one of the mistakes, but it was a major mistake in terms of purchase. Would you see something like that as a role that somebody sitting on the board who has that experience, for example, would then be able to lend?
I will say this with reference, apropos to what you're saying. The decisions that were made to purchase the 787 Dreamliners, those were excellent decisions. They were the right decisions. There was no issue with that decision. I now venture into the realm of speculation The problem arose in the delays that happened with the delays that came about
with the delivery of
the 787, and this is where speculation comes in. It is said that there was political interference because there were people who didn't want KQ to get those Boeing aircraft. They wanted a competitor. They wanted a competitor to bring in a different type of equipment. So there was a lot of political interference that delayed the decisional process. So the decision was right
because there were political appointees at the board.
Those are now factors beyond the board. Because for a decision like that,
shareholding and all,
government has to come in. Government has to come in to give certain guarantees. If government stalls, in terms of giving those guarantees, it is not a reflection
of the
competence of the board. It's not a reflection of the soundness of the decision that has been made.
Leonard, thank you very much for joining us. It's been a short 1 hour, hasn't it?
It has been extremely short. Just getting started.
Leonard Kafafa is an aviation commentator. He's a communication specialist. He's been our guest this morning. We've been talking about Kenya Airways, the recovery path. Yes, Kenya Airways has announced and returned for the first time in 6 years an operating profit. But it's still making losses because of the legacy debt. Also because of currency fluctuation and other factors that are beyond the management and board's control. Thank you for sharing your insights.
You're very welcome.
Karibu
Thank
tena.
you for having me. Asante sana.
Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation. As always, have a lovely day. See you again tomorrow, Thursday. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Dennis Aseto. The Council of Governors Chairperson Anne Waiguru has asked the Kenya Medical Practitioners and the Dentists Union to hold on the planned doctor strike as various stakeholders address their issue. Speaking during the launch of the County Health Workers Scholarship Scheme, Waiguru called on the medics to be more sensitive to the current economic state in the country and put the lives of Kenyans first. The